Yes, Bowen, what is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the concern of all of us this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is about CDF. Mr. Speaker, last week you made a communication and you communicated also to us that the CS Treasury was supposed to appear before us on CDF. But Mr. Speaker, we have less than 10 days before the schools open. The kids, they are going to go back to school without bursaries. Mr. Speaker, there are so many projects, CDF projects and also GAF, Mr. Speaker, which has been started and not been completed because of lack of the funds. And Mr. Speaker, the CS has not kept his word when he told us he was going to release money every week. Mr. Speaker, up to now, I think they have only released almost a quarter of it, Honorable Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are saying this afternoon, order number 1 is the CDF and GAV. Order number 2, CDF and GAV. Order number 3, CDF and GAV. Order number 4, CDF and GAV. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bowen. You are preaching to the converted. Last week, honorable members, the CS Treasury was to appear in this house on my summons to speak to the House about CDF. The chair of budget knows, the majority and minority leaders know. We've just come from House Business Committee. The minority whip knows, and those who sit in that committee know that tomorrow at exactly 3, the CS Treasury is here. And we are going to make sure, and I've already told him, that he's not coming here to engage in any unhelpful rigmaroles. He's coming here first to tell us that a portion of the money has been wired and how he's going to wire the rest of the money for you to get your CDF as we go to the recess for the next 1 month. So it's entirely up to the House. If you want order number 1 to be CDF, number 2 CDF, number 3 CDF, number 4 CDF, we can engage in talking at each other when we have a solution in our hands. And the House Business Committee was very firm, and Millie can confirm that CDF is at the centrality of the management of constituencies, and that CDF is here to stay, and nobody will wish it away, and that will ensure at all times that the Treasury puts CDF on the priority list of the exchequer releases. We very well know, honorable members, the stress that we have been having in our economy. But we also know that with proper planning and engagement, CDF and GAF will continue flowing for you to manage your affairs in the constituencies. So I encourage us not to disrupt the business of the House, because it will be a zero-sum game. Even if we don't sit today, I assure you, the minister will be here tomorrow. Even if we sit today, he'll still be here tomorrow. And he'll do what we have told him to do. So let's be better focused, and let's not be what the Brits say, you are penny wise and pound foolish. Let's be penny wise and pound wise. So can we proceed with business? Go on and call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Yes, hold on. Makali Mulu, what is it?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for your wise counsel. But you know, Honorable Speaker, our worry and concern is that this particular CS has communicated to this House through you many times, Honorable Speaker. And we are very concerned as members of Parliament because we thought when we get one of our own sitting in that space, that things will be better. But it looks like things are getting worse. I've been in this House for many years, Honorable Speaker, and I want to confirm this is the worst year in terms of release of NGCDF resources, the worst. And we claim to have sent experts who have come from this House, issues which we go through as patrons of that fund, Honorable Speaker. So while we agree with what you are saying, Honorable Speaker, we have our fears. How I wish that either the chair budget or the majority leader, Honorable Speaker, would be able to say whether the money can be wired today before it comes tomorrow. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, KJ.
Honorable Speaker, this matter goes to the heart of a fund that I would describe as the most effective decentralized fund. And it's coming up on a day when we are reading about news of a governor from a neighboring county in whose house 13 million today has been found. And we are being told that NGCDF is a great concern for the country. As a house, the attention should actually be driven to the devolved funds that are going to counties, Mr. Speaker. We are speaking at a time when NGCDF is under attack from very many quarters, Mr. Speaker. And I think it should go on record that this House shall stand its place to defend a fund that is working for the people of Kenya, because when we go to our constituencies, we are seeking to see what these devolved funds that we are putting on division of revenue that are going to the counties are doing at a time when NGCDF is the only visible fund on the ground. So, Mr. Speaker, as we address these issues and take them up with the Minister of Finance, we must also put on notice all these other quarters that are trailing their guns on NGCDF to tell them that this fund shall be defended by this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, thank you for your guidance also that the minister will be appearing in this House tomorrow. But again, Mr. Speaker, we are so passionately speaking about CDF because it is a very classical and typical example of what real devolution is. If you come to our county, Speaker, it's very easy to see with your naked eyes what CDF has done, but not what other funds are doing. And Mr. Speaker, I want the CS to hear this. Now that you've promised he's coming here tomorrow, he'd rather come here after he's disbursed monies to our accounts and come here with whatever evidence to show that that money has gone there. Failure to which, Mr. Speaker, will hold him hostage here until that is done.
Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Member for Bumula, the minister is coming tomorrow. I'm not giving you a chance to speak. It is your point of order that caused the speaker to invite the minister. And being a diligent young parliamentarian, the right thing to do is to hold your horses. The minister will be here, and you'll be the first to ask any question after he finishes his statement, because you are the one who has caused him to come. So we don't have to be pre-debating what we will debate tomorrow. I want to encourage you members that every time CDF has been threatened, yours truly has been on the front line to defend it. And I have been doing so without any fear or favor, or prejudice. When there has been delay, I have personally called the Treasury to ensure the disbursement of the money. I will continue doing so. When CDF was under attack by activists who went to court, yours truly here has hired the best lawyers for you. And the caucus of lawyers here led by Otienda Mola and Chepkonga. Now the Supreme Court has ruled and decided that CDF is not in any conflict with devolution. And I'm going to give you a comprehensive ruling on the request of the minority leader, Honorable Junet. So I want to encourage you to believe that in yours truly here, you are in safe hands in matters CDF. And I want to ask us to carry on with other business. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., all of you be here. The minister will be here. Yes, Farah.
Speaker.
I'm giving you this
Yes.
purely on the basis of your seniority.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you notice what the Honorable KJ has raised, the CDF is only a trigger. We have a serious problem with the devolved funds in the counties in this country. And there is billions and billions, hundreds of billions of Kenya shillings that's going to waste in those places. Mr. Speaker, I am educating 100 students to do medicine in institutions all over the country. My governor cannot give me even 10 students, and he has all the funds there. And the money is getting wasted everywhere. An equalization fund, they have come for equalization, they have come for carer, they're coming for everything, Mr. Speaker. We must save this country from the so-called counties right now in this country. Please, this is the debate the members of parliament are really keen to what you call ventilate on. The other ones, we are fully in agreement and we support you. You have done more than all of us put together. Thank you.
DK.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We know very well this National Assembly is under attack from all quarters. Yes. First, we have problems with CDF, and we have also problems with RMLF. As we discuss now about CDF, KERA has only released around 17 million out of 62 million, yes. And we have letters flying left, right, and center on what happens to the rest. So I think, basically, we have so many issues that we cannot continue burying our heads in the sand and thinking that things are right. I was proposing that we suspend the House until tomorrow, when the two CSS for roads and for treasury come in, then they can explain what is really happening to members of parliament. And then, if you look at the devolution, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the devolved funds, out of the total devolved funds that goes to counties, 85% are used for recurrent and administrative purposes, while for CDF, only 5% is used for administrative purposes. So the net effect is that out of the small amount of money like 42 billion or 45 billion or 53 or so, it is being felt. But the 450 billion that is going to counties, only about 50 billion are the ones that go to development. And in that also, the governors will follow to I think we should disband the counties.
You made your point. Yes, Kainan.
And I want my colleagues to listen to me. Mr. Speaker, I was in this parliament just like you are.
Next to you.
I want my colleagues to listen to this, Mr. Speaker. CDF did not just come out of the blues. CDF was a product of a well-calculated evaluation by the members who are there, Mr. Speaker, who are tired with the manipulations
of the executive then, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that even Parliament here was a department of office of the president then. Mr. Speaker, you are also aware our clerk and everybody else was secondees from the directed special branch, Mr. Speaker, and CID and special deals. Mr. Speaker, what we did was to give members of parliament an effective, workable, people-friendly platform to deliver development to their constituents, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the years, we have seen a gradual increment of CDF allocations. What is surprising under this house, and this is what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, 1 month to the end of financial year, you are yet to receive even something commensurate with the first quarter of the financial year. Yet we are here advocating for everything else. Right now, CDF is under threat. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, very sincerely for that decision of the Supreme Court. I know without your input, without all the brains, legal brains that you have put together, even that judgment will not have been possible. I want to accord on behalf of these members here, as their father of this house, that we thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I haven't said this. There is something that we can't run away from. It is members of parliament who oversight CDF. It is members of parliament who oversight KERA. It's members of parliament. Why have we thrown our mandate to the dustbin? Where is the chairman of CDF? Where is the chairman of road? I want to tell you, members, we have a club of greedy governors, whose only interest is to amass wealth, usurp national roles, and get money. If those are the people today you want to sit here and empower, I will tell you, this house is going to be the worst house in the history of this country. I want you to stand up for your right, resist. The Minister for Transport must come and ensure that the remaining allocation of CDF, of roads is sent. The chairman, NCDF, through the minister, must also release. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer. You were here when we fought for the current constitution. Some of us who come from regions that have been disadvantaged over the years, through skewed administrative practices, Mr. Speaker, fought for equalization. Equalization right now is not working, courtesy of these greedy governors, Mr. Speaker. They have gone to court, they have stopped it, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask as leadership, let us suspend everything else, members. Let us suspend everything else until the question of KERA, Kura, let's adjourn, CDF is sorted out. No more business. No more business. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, from what my colleagues DK and Kainan have presented, and given the mood of the House, I kindly request you, Mr. Speaker, to direct the suspension of the proceedings until tomorrow, Speaker.
Order.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Order. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable members, order. Take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats. There's no matter before the House to put the question. Honorable members, I want to encourage you. This is your house. And you are the nerve center of everything in this country. You appropriate, you oversight, you legislate, you represent. You have the power in your hands. And I want to encourage you that it will be a very unwise decision to do what some of us are asking to do. For the simple reason, order, 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 honorable members. I am your speaker, you elected me. And I have a duty to lead you and advise you. Is that Kimilo or Mwalio, who is looking very agitated? Kimilo, unajua kuna kitabu kiliandikwa na Mwalimu Nyerere. Fisi alikuwa anakunywa maji kwa mto, na kondoo pia alikuwa anakunywa maji kwa huo mto. Fisi alikuwa anakunywa kule maji natoka, kondoo chini kwenye maji naenda. Alafu fisi akauliza kondoo, mbona unanichafulia maji? Kondoo akasema, maji natoka kwako inakuja kwangu, nimeichafua namna gani? Akasema, kama hujachafua, kwa nini ulinitusi mwaka uliopita? Kondoo akasema, mzee, mwaka uliopita nilikuwa sijazaliwa, nilizaliwa juzi. Akasema, kama si wewe, ni baba yako ndiye alinitusi. Haja yake ilikuwa ni kumshika amule. Mwenye atakaye kufanya jambo lenye halifai hahitaji sababu. Anaitwa hasidi. Hakuna mahasidi kwa hii bunge. You are all honorable members of parliament. And I want to encourage you again, members of the House Business Committee, the minority leader, the majority leader, they know what we have been doing to fight for CDF. They know how much resistance we have put against your detractors. And for the record, members, I have been in this house before CDF, during CDF. And I don't want to talk about after CDF because there will be no after CDF. Because CDF is here to stay. And it will always be there. It is very easy. In one of the parliaments where we were with Farah and Kainan, we had 3 members in this house. One called John Koech, another one called Jimmy Angwenyi, and the third one was, who was the third one, Kainan? No, Ologo was much earlier. They used on behalf of this house, and they were holding no positions, to walk to the treasury and frogmage the minister to this house to tell you as members about CDF. It is an extremely cowardly act for members of parliament with all the powers under the constitution in your hands to boycott your work. It will be a very cowardly act, I can assure you, because as a house, you have impeached a minister, you have impeached a deputy president, you have powers in your hands. How do you run away from your own house? This is the big question. So I want to ask you, give the House an opportunity tomorrow to listen to a response to a very noble point of order raised by the member for Bumula. And it is only tomorrow, not the next day, not Thursday, not Friday, tomorrow at 2:30. If you agree with your speaker, we go on with the business. If you don't agree, those of you who are not keen to carry on with business, don't disrupt the house. Let those who want to have business go on with business. But as I finish, let me now give the majority leader an opportunity to tell us about the issue of the CDF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you rightly say, is a matter that we discussed even within the House Business Committee, because as a member for Bumula said last week in his point of order, CDF is not money going to these members of parliament. And these members of parliament are elected by their people to come and represent them in this house. And part of that representation is to advocate for resources that will go, especially to vulnerable children, who up to today, there are some constituencies where children are yet to get funding for bursaries, Honorable Speaker. And it is also not lost on many people in the country that with the advisory by the Comptroller of Budget on bursaries from county governments going to our vulnerable children, it is only NGCDF that is left now to help these children. And many people, especially those who are college-going students, Honorable Speaker, are waiting for these bursaries. And the best that we can do as a House is to hold the Cabinet Secretary and the Principal Secretaries to account as to why they cannot disburse NGCDF in time. Honorable Speaker, previously, and this is a commitment that we got from the National Treasury, that before the end of the financial year, which has only 2 months to go, they will have disbursed all the money that should be going to NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with you then. It is only less than 24 hours for the Cabinet Secretary to appear before the House. And I want to encourage members, because most Wednesdays, we are not usually very many when CSs are here to answer questions. This is the time to hold the Cabinet Secretary to account for his words, because it is him who committed that we will get disbursements every month to ensure that by the end of June, we have all our money disbursed. Therefore, whatever magic he will do between now and the 30th of June, 100% of NGCDF must be disbursed, Honorable Speaker. And tomorrow, if John Buddy is listening to this, he has sat where we are sitting. He knows what NGCDF is to the people of Kenya. And let me repeat, Honorable Speaker, what NGCDF is to the people of Kenya, not to members of parliament. These members of parliament will still earn their salaries, will still go about their representation and oversight work without NGCDF. But NGCDF means a lot to the people of Kenya. There are places where children will not go to school, not just about bursaries, Honorable Speaker. I have seen the national government now priding itself in having built over 14,000 classrooms over the last 1 year. But the amount of classrooms that NGCDF does around the country in a year is probably triple that number. And it is only through NGCDF that children access school, that some communities have security through the construction of police posts and police stations, Honorable Speaker. And we are lifting off a very huge burden through NGCDF from the national government. And therefore, the CS, National Treasury, has no choice. Tomorrow, he must come prepared. If not with his words, he must come prepared with his checkbook. Tomorrow, it is pesa, pesa, and pesa to NGCDF. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Junet, order, honorable members. Order, Wario. Those children up there are watching you and you are a leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, first I want to appreciate the guidance you've given to the House. Mr. Speaker, this CDF fund has a lot of enemies, Mr. Speaker, for no apparent reason. There are many people who are fighting the CDF because they don't have, I think, the right information about CDF. Mr. Speaker, the county governments and devolution has been in existence in this country now for the last 10 years. It is, I think, imperative now for Kenyans to take stock of what has happened through devolution from inception, Mr. Speaker, from 2013 up to now. Because, Mr. Speaker, CDF funds has the least administrative expenditure, Mr. Speaker, unlike counties where they spend all their monies in recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker, this is one fund that goes directly to schools, directly to people, to children who want to study, to homes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, in education matters, counties only deal with ECDs. From primary education to secondary education, it is done by the national government, and that is where CDF really helps the people. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, there is no shorter day than a day, Mr. Speaker. There is no shorter time than a day. Now we have said that tomorrow the minister must appear here in person. I want to urge the House that we will make our final decision tomorrow, God willing. Because today, I can see, I've checked the order paper, Mr. Speaker, there are some serious issues that we need to deal with. Mr. Speaker, today is, let me tell you something. Let us not also play into the hands of our enemies, Mr. Speaker. Our enemies have said time and again that we are people who just think about, they don't see that we are helping Kenyans. They don't see that this CDF is for Kenyans. No member of parliament benefits from CDF in any way, Mr. Speaker. This is money that builds schools, I've said. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead that let's give this minister tomorrow a chance. Let him come here. Let him tell us what plans he has for us. Let him come with the money. Mr. Speaker, for now, even if we suspend the business of the House, we will wait for tomorrow still for him to appear here. He will not be coming here today. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge Honorable Kimilu that I know the people of Makueni are suffering, but they might be suffering at the county level, not because of the CDF. So can we wait until tomorrow so that we deal with this issue perpendicularly? For today, we have some issues on the order paper, this anti-money laundering business, because, Mr. Speaker, our country has been grey-listed. This bill is going to help our country not to be grey-listed, Mr. Speaker. So with these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I really concur with your guidance that we continue with the business of the House, and tomorrow we listen to the Minister for Finance.
Order, members, order. Those on your feet, take your seats. DK, take your seat. Members, if it is the message, it has been heard loud and clear. That members of this House are not happy, one, with a continued assault on CDF. Members are not happy with the delays in disbursement of CDF, and members are demanding answers on why these delays are there, and that you want an assurance that these delays, Ngusia, you say again and I'll send you out. I think you are taking advantage of the fact that you are my friend, we meet in the gym. That should not be extended to this floor. You have made it clear, and everybody knows, honorable members, when CDF started, as member of parliament for now Serisia and Kabuchai constituencies, my first disbursement was 6.2 million. It grew to 12 million the following year. The third year, it grew to 23 million. The fourth year, it grew to 42 million. And it has grown gradually through your efforts and the goodwill of the Kenyans who benefit from CDF to where it is. I can say without any fear of contradiction that you go to any county, it is much easier to see what CDF has done than what devolution has done. And this, I've said it over and over, and you all know that if you go to your constituencies, you can count the health facilities you build, the schools you build, the children in schools, police stations, administration centers. And today we have even been saying in the House Business Committee that I want to call a Kamkunji to encourage you. You saw yesterday in the media that more Kenyans are being killed on border rides than on vehicles, accidents. I have told the House Business Committee to embark on having a situation where, even if it means additional resources for you to go out there and sit and talk to our young people on border, to observe traffic rules, Bora live from what we see in Rwanda. A motorbike carries 2 people. You must have helmets. You've seen motorbikes, border carrying, not just ordinary people carrying 4 policemen, people who are supposed to enforce the law. I've seen 4 policemen sitting on one border. The rider is sitting on the petrol tank and looking like he's in a toilet. We have to bring order. And you can use CDF to do this, to educate the public. So instead, in fact, of saying you leave this chamber, I thought you would say, give us time now to debate what we can do even more with CDF as we wait for it to come. Because tomorrow the minister will be here. And when he comes here, neither Ichungwa nor Junet will be there to defend him. He will stand here to tell us that before the close of the financial year, every single shilling of CDF must be in the accounts of each constituency. Every single shilling of NGAF. The women rep for Laikipia has come here asking me, why aren't these men talking about NGAF? They are only obsessed with CDF. I have told her that I'll be your defender as women MPs representing counties. That as we defend CDF, we shall also defend NGAF so that we move together. So let me now ask you members to cool down. Let's get to our business. And tomorrow come with your sharpest knives, your sharpest tongues, and your harshest language if you wish to talk to your former colleague, John Badi. So clerk, you can now call out the orders. No more.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seat. Honorable members, have a short communication, a recognition of members who served in the Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU committees. Honorable members, the IPU order Honorable Chepkonga. Go and protest on the streets, not in the chamber. Honorable members, the Inter-Parliamentary IPU is the global organization of national parliaments established in 1889 by Frederick Passy of France and William Randa Kremer of the United Kingdom as a platform for parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue. Originally created to promote arbitration and peaceful resolution of conflicts, IPU has grown into a major body that works to promote democratic governance, advance gender equality and human rights, foster international cooperation among parliaments, and strengthen the role of parliaments in global governance. Honorable members, the current membership of the IPU is 182 member parliaments out of 193 countries in the world. The Union also has 15 associate members, mostly parliaments drawn from groups of nations such as the Arab Parliament, the European Parliament, and other parliamentary organizations in Africa and the Americas. Honorable members, the Parliament of Kenya joined the IPU in 1977, and since then, Kenya has participated actively in IPU assemblies and contributed to various IPU committees. In 2006, Kenya successfully hosted the 114th Assembly of the IPU in Nairobi. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the contributions of members of parliament who have represented Kenya in the assemblies of IPU over the years, especially those who are holding leadership positions in various IPU committees and statutory bodies. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona, CBS MP, who is also the minority whip is the current Vice President of the IPU Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, and her term expires in October 2027. Additionally, during the 150th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union held from 5th to 9th April 2025 in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, the Honorable John Makali MP, member for Kandui, was elected to the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism for a period of 4 years. In the same breath, honorable members, allow me to also recognize the following members who held various positions in IPU committees but whose terms expired in March 2025. Honorable John Kiaria, CBS MP, President, Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law. Naisula Lesuda MP, African Group Representative, Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. Honorable Rebecca Tonke MP, African Group Representative, Standing Committee on United Nations Affairs. Honorable members, we thank them for their service on behalf of the House. I wish to reiterate that the National Assembly, and indeed the Parliament of Kenya, is committed to strengthening parliamentary diplomacy through its affiliation and membership to various international parliamentary organizations. In this regard, members will be nominated from time to time to represent the National Assembly in this fora, and the honorable members so nominated are urged to fly the Kenyan flag high, fully participate in the meetings, and ensure that Kenya's position on international issues is well articulated. Thank you. Yes, Millie?
I have a point of order.
I've given to Millie first, Honorable Sunguli, then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for that statement that you've given in relation to the IPU. Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct a little that I was actually, until early this year, the president of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. When I joined 2 years ago, I was immediately elected as the vice president of the committee, where I served for 1 year, and then I was elected as the president, where I served for 1 year. But because in that committee, because of the nature of the work of the committee, you are only allowed to serve 1 year. And so I did serve 1 year, and my term ended this year. And so we have a new president from Europe. Mr. Speaker, the IPU, which is actually a parliament or parliament, I have served in the Pan-African Parliament before. And Mr. Speaker, the Pan-African Parliament is a parliament that deals with issues surrounding in relation to Africa. IPU deals with issues which are global and has all the nations that you've talked about. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I would want to say, maybe I just want to request that I say 2 things. One, because the committee I sit on, I was elected in my individual capacity and not nominated by the Parliament of Kenya. This is the first time I'm actually serving in this parliament in IPU. And one of the things that I've observed, Mr. Speaker, that the other countries have been able to rise to the top because of consistency. I want to request that if we can have dedicated members the way we have in Pan-African Parliament, so that we can have members that are recognized even if they come another time for co-positions. In the last year, we supported the Speaker of Tanzania, who became the president, and now we have the president as the Speaker of Tanzania. But in Kenya, because we have members coming in and out, it becomes difficult. I'm not pushing this for myself because I actually came under a different setup. But if we can encourage, I'm encouraging that the members who are there, if we can have them continuously recommended to attend, Mr. Speaker, it would actually help Kenya. And finally, Mr. Speaker, this I want to indicate for our members, because a lot of members are not aware of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. The Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians is a committee that protects the rights of parliamentarians globally. Mr. Speaker, we deal with members of parliament who have been murdered. We deal with members of parliament who have gone through sexual violence. We deal with members of parliament who have gone through forced disappearance, and they are actual living members of parliament. And Mr. Speaker, I would just want to encourage our members, because most members don't know about this system, that you can actually utilize this. Mr. Speaker, we were very happy that this time round, one of the members of parliament that we really defended has become the Prime Minister of Senegal, Honorable Ousmane Sonko. And when we see things like that, it actually makes us very happy, because we defended him, we protected him, and we were a voice for him when he was being harassed. And Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I would want to encourage that in Kenya, we continue being open and democratic society, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation that I see other countries in the IPU. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sunguli, 1 minute.
A very brief, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was standing on a point of order because when you read the statement, you indicated that you wanted to acknowledge members of parliament of this house. I don't know whether your intention was to acknowledge those who are currently sitting or people who have actually served in the IPU. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know very well that the history is long. The most memorable one being the late Dr. Bonaya Godana, from whom I took over, and I represented Kenya in Windhoek, Namibia, in a very, very comprehensive meeting. So I don't know whether this is our...
Honorable Sunguli.
Yeah.
I represented Kenya in Santiago, Chile.
You are,
in the year 2002. I didn't even mention myself.
So that's what I want to say, because this is a house
I
of...
mentioned the contemporary ones.
Yeah, yeah. So
but you are in the history books.
Because this is a book of... This is a house of records.
Yes.
Please, Mr. Speaker, I want to implore you to get a more researched statement, so that it covers the real history of this nation, and you acknowledge us because we are contemporary.
Yes. Carry 1 minute. We have to go on with other business.
Honorable Speaker, I must thank you. And I thank you because the team that you have sent to the IPU does not leave the country unprepared. Mr. Speaker, when we are out there, we do not speak our mind. We have to speak the Kenya position. And for us to totally understand the Kenya position, we have to be very well prepared from this parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Honorable Millie Odhiambo has been able to represent this country at the IPU at a very high level as the president of an all-important committee on the protection of the human rights of parliamentarians. Yours truly, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Dagoretti South constituency, has been able to serve 2 terms as the president of the Committee for the Respect and the Promotion of International Humanitarian Laws. Mr. Speaker, in this delegation that has just come from Tashkent, Uzbekistan, we had 2 new members, the Honorable Lotte and the Honorable Makali, who very ably represented our country, Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I would like to support what the Honorable Millie Odhiambo has said, that this parliament might want to seriously consider having a permanent delegation going to the IPU for institutional memory, so that this glowing representation by Kenya is supported. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sunkuli has been to the IPU, so has the Honorable Speaker himself. I want to say that I have had a good opportunity to represent Kenya in not less than 6 IPU meetings in the Parliament of Parliaments, where resolutions and conventions are even escalated to the UN and become laws that superintend over the entire world, Mr. Speaker. This opportunity given to other members, Mr. Speaker, will serve this country well as a representation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the delegation is normally Senate-led, and Senate in Kenya has been having a consistent delegation. Can we also, as the National Assembly, have a constant delegation going to the IPU? Mr. Speaker, I truly thank you for the opportunity.
Makali. John Makali. Give him the mic. Are you malfunctioning? There's one next there, in front of you. Is it working?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this particular opportunity to also make my remarks as the newest member of the IPU. First, let me thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make me part and parcel of the delegation that went to Tashkent. I must admit, Honorable Speaker, that it was the first opportunity for me to attend the IPU, and I must thank the leadership of the House for giving a first-time member that particular opportunity to go and represent this nation. Mr. Speaker, it was not very easy to get that particular position. It took the leadership of Honorable Millie Odhiambo. It took the leadership and the linkages of Honorable Kiaria Waweru and the negotiating skills of the Honorable member from Kitutu Masaba, Honorable Cliff Gisaro, for us to be able to get that particular position. Kenya is still rated very, very highly internationally, Honorable Speaker, and several other issues were discussed. And we will, as indicated, keep the flag of Kenya flying very, very high. What I will urge, Honorable Speaker, is that we keeping opportunities to mostly first-time members of Parliament, because they can actually be able to deliver and also learn a few things that can be able to assist this House and the people of Kenya. Several issues came up, Honorable Speaker, on the issues of social development and justice. We needed to push the youth agenda. We need to push gender empowerment so that as we discuss the two-third gender rule, Honorable Speaker, we must be at the forefront as a nation. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that as the representative of Kenya in the IPU, we will keep the Kenyan flag flying very high so that we keep our name high. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving me that particular opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Makali. Honorable members, we leave it there. Many members have served in IPU. Farah used to lead delegations. Sunguli was there. I was there. Many members have been there. But for the current team led by Millie Odhiambo, we say Congole for giving our House good representation. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, Greenvale School from Keses was in Gishu. And in the public gallery, we have Pwani University from Kilifi, North Kilifi, and Bomet University from Chepalungu in Bomet. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Keses, I was not encouraging anybody, but I give you 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Please, and I appreciate that you can allow me to welcome my school of Greenvale, the only school in Eldoret that has transformed the lives of young Kenyans in ensuring that they keep proper training and skills. I want to say welcome so much, and I'm happy to see them here very soon. I know they are going to join me in this particular flow, serving Kenyans like I'm serving. Thank you, and welcome so much.
Owen Bayer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to welcome Pwani University, the university in my constituency and the first university in the Coast region. And I want to tell you, Honorable Speaker, I served there as a lecturer and as a registrar some time ago before I came to this university. So Pwani University, welcome. I know it's the maiden visit by this university to this house. And I think we owe them a foot thumb for them to welcome Pwani University.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Owen. Next order. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Chair Budget, take your seat. Honorable members, I have a short communication. A message from the Senate, on approval of the mediated version of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023. by the Senate. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding the approval of the mediated version of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023. Honorable members, the message conveys that on Tuesday, 8th April 2025, the Senate considered and approved the mediated version of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023 in the form proposed by the Mediation Committee. You will recall that the bill was committed to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution, following the National Assembly's rejection of the Senate amendments to the bill. You will further recall, honorable members, that the House considered and approved the mediated version of the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023 on 5th December 2024. In this regard, honorable members, the approval of the mediated version of the bill by the Senate concludes its bicameral consideration. I will now proceed to present the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 113(3) of the Constitution. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
There is a petition, I think, by Honorable Wira, is it? Is Honorable Peter Mbogo in the house?
Yes.
You are to present a petition on behalf of Honorable Wira.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a petition regarding alleged acquisition of trust land LR number 249 of 1963 by the government in Taita Taveta County. I, the undersigned, on behalf of Nyario Yakididi, Sabat Beta Culture Community in Taveta constituency, Taita Taveta County, draw the attention of the House to the following: that the Nyario Yakididi Sabat Beta Culture Community is a registered and recognized community group from Taveta constituency, registered under the Community Land Act and the Community Land Regulations. 2, that the community is dedicated to preserving and advancing the welfare and culture of the Taveta people, including the protection of native land rights as guaranteed under Article 63 of the Constitution and the Community Land Act. 3, that in 1963, the government of Kenya reserved a trust land reference number LR 249 of 1963 for natives, purposes of grazing and farming. 4, that the community occupied the trust land until sometime in 1982, when there was a severe drought that claimed human life and livestock, and as a result, the community left the area and relocated to the lowlands near River Lumi. 5, that the community continued using the said trust land as a traditional shrine for prayers and circumcision until sometime in 2022, when they were arrested and harassed by rangers from Kenya Wildlife Service on allegations of trespass. 6, that after negotiation between local political leaders and KWS, the arrested members of the community were released, but on firm instructions that they should not trespass on the trust land on grounds that the area is part of Tsavo West National Park and is a protected area. 7, that by the letter dated 17th August 2023, the community sought information from the Director for Land Administration on legal status of the trust land, and on the 18th August 2023, they were expressly informed that the land is still trust land. 8, that the community forwarded the aforesaid information from the said directors to the KWS and requested to be allowed to continue using the trust land as their shrines and grazing area. 9, that the KWS declined and insisted that the trust land is part of Tsavo West National Park and that it is a protected area. 10,
that in the recent past, the KWS has started fencing the trust land completely, condoning it from the community, and all efforts to have the matter resolved has not been fruitful. 11, that the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any tribunal, court of law, or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, inquire the legal status of the land LR number 249 of 1963 and recommend for the settlement of the squatters within Taveta constituency, and 2, make any other recommendation that it may deem fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioners will ever pray, presented by Hon. John Bwire Okano, MP, member for Taveta constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mbogo. We'll commit the, yes, Mwashako.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nasimama Mheshimiwa Spika kusema kwamba swala hili ni swala nyeti, ni swala nzito. Shirika la KWS Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa miaka mingi limeendelea kuongeza mipaka yao, kuendelea kusukuma wananchi kule Taita Taveta, na mpaka sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, kando na hii sehemu moja ambayo Mheshimiwa Bwire ameleta hapa bungeni, ni sehemu nyingi Mheshimiwa Spika ambapo tuna utata wa mipaka na KWS Mheshimiwa Spika. So ombi langu kwako na ombi langu kwa kamati ambayo itafanya kazi hii ni kwamba kazi hii ifanyike kwa haraka ili mipaka ya KWS ionekane, na pale ambapo kuna utata KWS ama Savo ni ya watu wa Taita Taveta, iwe kwamba wananchi ama wa Taita Taveta wapewe nafasi ya kuchukua sehemu ambazo kwa wakati wa mababu zetu ilikuwa ni sehemu ya watu wetu. So Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili ninakushukuru sana, maanake ninajua mambo haya ya shamba na mambo ya mipaka ni mambo ambayo yanagusa mambo ya usalama. Mheshimiwa Spika, kule Taveta kuna shida, kule Voi Savo imekuja mpaka katikati ya town. Mheshimiwa Spika, Voi Savo inasema kwamba inafika karibu na town. Ukija kule Kishushe pande ya Undanyi, Savo mpaka sasa inasumbuana na mambo ya mipaka. Ukija sehemu ya Mwatate ambayo Mheshimiwa Bogo anatoka, bado Savo inasukuma wananchi, inakataa mpaka fence isifanyike. Leo tunasumbuka sana na wanyama wa pori kwa sababu hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika. So nakushukuru na asante kwa kutupa hii nafasi, na mambo haya ni nyeti, yafanyike kwa haraka. Asante.
Asante sana. The petition is committed to the Public Petitions Committee and are obligated to bring a report within 60 days. Member for Chuka Igambangombe, Patrick Munene.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker Elias, to do this petition regarding recognition of the Chuka community as a tribe in the Republic of Kenya. I, the other side, on behalf of the Chuka community of Kenya in Tharaka Nithi County, draw the attention of the House to the following, Speaker. 1, that the Constitution of Kenya in its preamble affirms the national pride in the ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity as the bedrock of unity of a sovereign nation. 2, that Article 44 of the Constitution recognizes that every person has the right to use the language and to participate in the cultural life of the person's choice, and a person belonging to a cultural or linguistic community has the right, with other members of that community, to enjoy the person's culture and use the person's language. Number 3, that the Chuka community has a population of more than 117,000 people who are primarily located in the Tharaka Nithi County, and owing to the historical, cultural, and economic aspects of the Chuka community, there is a need to formally recognize them as a distinct tribe in the Republic of Kenya. Number 4, that the Chuka community traces their origin to the coastal region of Kenya, from where they migrated inland and eventually settled in the southern eastern slopes of Mount Kenya, and have a cultural and historical claim to the land known as Magodoma Chuka, which is now part of Mount Kenya National Park and the Forest Reserve. Number 5, that although the Chuka community has maintained governance structures, economic activities, and cultural practices that distinguish them from their neighbors, the Chuka community has not been recognized as a tribe in this country. Number 6, that the members of the Chuka community have their own unique language that has unique phonetic characteristics that are substantially distinct from those of its neighboring tribes, including naming systems, circumcision rites, that make it distinct from the neighboring tribes. Unique and historical governance and leadership systems comprising of council of elders such as Kiamagyankome and Kiamakiamugongo, which have been and still are crucial in providing community leadership and direction and resolving conflicts involving the Chuka community. That, Mr. Speaker, the Chuka community plays a fundamental role in Kenyan socio-economic growth and the enhancement of Kenya's economy primarily through agriculture and trade. That efforts to have their matters addressed by relevant authorities have been futile. And number 9, that the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioner pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, number 1, inquire into the matter with a view of securing urgent recognition of Chuka community of Kenya as a tribe in the Republic of Kenya. Number 2, make any recommendations or actions it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioner, and your petitioners will ever play. Presented by Honorable Patrick Munene. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
George Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to comment and support this timely petition by the Honorable Patrick Munene Ntwega of Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe. As it has clearly been explained, there are many injustices that were done by the colonialists when they came to Kenya. One of them being to lump together ethnic communities and naming them as one tribe. As a result of which some communities actually almost lost their identity until they were recognized as separate and distinct from one another. One good example is our county, Tharaka Nithi, which has 4 distinct communities: the Tharaka, the Chuka, the Mwembe, and the Muthambe. And because of this, it becomes difficult, especially when the rest of the communities in the Tharaka Nithi are simply termed as Meru. And Meru is actually the larger county within the region. So time has come for the Chuka to actually be recognized as a distinct community in the Tharaka Nithi, and the same is going to apply to the Muthambe and the Mwembe. So when the time comes, I will appear before the Public Petitions Committee to support this petition, shed more light on why this recognition is necessary. Also, plead for the case of the Muthambe and the Mwembe, which are also in my county of Tharaka Nithi. For Meru, we leave it as it is because it also has 3 distinct communities which are put together as Meru. But that being another county, it will be a story for another day. So I do support this, and I'll be appearing before the Public Petitions Committee to render credence to this petition by Honorable Munene. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee to respond within 60 days. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Yes. Yes, Karemba, what is it? Karemba, what is it?
Sorry, Speaker, it is Honorable Murugara who had misled me that...
Why would Honorable Murugara mislead you? Honorable Murugara, are you in the business of
I have
misleading
not,
your colleagues?
absolutely. How could I have been? I've said I've just commented on a petition. We haven't reached his statements. Then he says, I want to talk about a statement. I said, sorry. Then he says, I've misled him. I have not misled Honorable Karemba.
Go on, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 15th April 2025. The 5th report of the Committee on Appointments on the approval hearing of nominees for appointment as Cabinet Secretaries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. The following legal notices from the Ministry of Health. Legal notice number 76 of 2025 relating to the digital health information management procedures, regulations of 2025. 2, legal notice number 77 of 2025 relating to the digital health data exchange component, regulations 2025, and the following accompanying documents. A, the technical working group matrix on parliament resolutions. B, the explanatory memoranda. C, the regulatory impact statement. D, the consolidated written submissions matrices for the health information management procedures regulations 2025 and the data exchange component regulations of 2025. And E, the consolidated matrix on the general comments from the public participation exercise on these regulations. 2 is the reports of the Auditor General on the audited accounts for Chemelil Sugar Company for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development Office of the Cabinet Secretary. 3, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein in respect of the following: Cardinal Tunga High School, Mosocho, Githurai Mixed Secondary School, Maimahio Boys Secondary School, and St. Thomas Aquinas Kalawa Boys Secondary. 4 is the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, for the financial year ended 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies: Aldai, Alego Usonga, Kabondo Kasipul, Keio South, Kilgoris, Mboni, Muhoroni, Ndiwa, North Imenti, Pokot South, Saboti, Suna East, and Turkana Central. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member Committee on Appointments, Majority Leader. You already did that. You started with that. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Chair, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 15th April 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the approval hearing of Mr. Aden Abdi Miller for the appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information, and Innovation. Kiarie. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 15th April 2025. Reports of the Development Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on the approval hearing of one Dr. Caroline Wanjuru Karugu, nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for East African Community Affairs, and 2, 4 nominees for appointment as Ambassador, Permanent Representative, and Consul General. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education. Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I shall be laying the paper shortly.
Yes, Meli.
Yes, the report is just, I'll be bringing shortly, Mr. Speaker, not ready.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Regional Development. Yes. Lokachapong. Go ahead, Honorable Lokachapong.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 15th April 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development on the approval hearing of Mr. Michael Loikianu Lenasalo
county or community level data on the promotion makes it difficult to determine whether the exercise met the constitutional threshold of equity, fairness, and inclusivity. Further, there are concerns that a number of teachers recently employed were promoted over more experienced colleagues, raising questions about their adherence to merit and the longevity of the service. Article 32 of the Constitution sets out the values and the principles of public service, including transparency and the promotion to the public of timely, accurate information, fair competition, and merit as the basis of appointment and promotions and representation of Kenyans' diverse communities. The current report by TSC does not provide sufficient information to assess compliance with these cardinal constitutional provisions. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. A, report by the Teacher Service Commission detailing, 1, the number of teachers per county, the names of the TSC, the names and TSC numbers of the teachers promoted in each county. 3, the positions or candas to which the teachers were promoted and the school where each teacher is stationed. B, an explanation of criteria used in promotion, including the basis for distribution across schools, per constituency, and per county, and any affirmative action, considerations, and C, measures put in place by the Teacher Service Commission to ensure that future recruitment and promotion exercises uphold the values and the principles of public service as enshrined in the Constitution. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Education. How much time do you need to?
Yes, we'll want to expedite this because it's a very important statement. I think in 2 weeks we should be able to have really finished.
2 weeks will be on recess.
This statement is very.
Yes.
I can have it in 1 week, but I wanted to get enough information, Honorable Speaker. Just allow us 2 weeks because it is. We want to desegregate
So
it.
bring on the first day.
Yes.
Of the sitting after the recess.
After the recess. Thank you.
Joseph Lekuton.
Thank you.
Member for Lysamis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2 subsection C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding the proposed KenGen power plant project in Layangalani Mount Kulal Ward in Lysamis constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Electricity Generating Company, KenGen, plans to develop Kenya's second largest wind power plant in Layangalani Mount Kulal Ward, Lysamis constituency, with an initial capacity of 200 megawatts as part of the country's drive to achieve a fully green national grid by 2030. KenGen has been undertaking the public consultation or public participation with the local communities over the multi-billion-dollar plant, whose construction is expected to commence in 2026. However, the residents of Layangalani Mount Kulal Ward and Lysamis at large, Mr. Speaker, who will be impacted by these significant energy initiatives are concerned by the lack of transparency and accountability exhibited by KenGen in addressing their concerns. Mr. Speaker, as their servant, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the community is concerned about potential diversion of infrastructure improvements, particularly in the construction of road leading to the wind power project site in Layangalani Mount Kulal Ward and the surrounding areas in Lysamis constituency. The residents have rightful, legitimate expectation to be the primary beneficiaries of the infrastructural development stemming from the KenGen wind power project located within their community, hence demanding that the road must traverse Lysamis constituency. Access to improved road will not only facilitate the project, but also serve to open up the entire constituency for broader development opportunities. This situation calls for assurances that the community's rights will be safeguarded. Honorable Speaker, it's against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. 1, a comprehensive report detailing the report implementation metrics from inception, including key milestones, accomplishments over the years, its alignment with the national energy policies, and the total number of wind turbines that the KenGen plans to establish in the project area, specifying the exact number of or percentage that will be erected within Loyangalani Mount Kulal ward. 2, the total acreage of land within the Loyangalani Mount Kulal ward community that KenGen intends to utilize for the installation of its turbines, including any designated buffer zones and evidence of the concessions with the community regarding the land to be ceded to KenGen. 3, the action taken by KenGen to address the concerns raised during public participation by the Loyangalani Mount Kulal community and Laisamis at large as precedent in the implementation of the project, including the formal agreement between KenGen and the affected communities. 4, assurance that the planned infrastructure development stemming from KenGen wind and power energy, particularly the construction of the road leading to the project site in Loyangalani Mount Kulal will traverse Laisamis constituency. And second last, Mr. Speaker, the funding framework for the project, including any international partners or funding agencies collaborating with KenGen on implementation of the project, the details, nature of these partnerships, and the extent of financial commitment from these entities. Last, Mr. Speaker, modalities on how KenGen intends to implement the project prior to the full
of fund in Kite constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Office of Constituency West of Fund Manager in Kaiti constituency fall vacant in 2019 following the demise of the then fund manager. Since then, the West of Fund Oversight Board is yet to fill the vacancy, and this has led to backlog in issuance of funds to the residents. On a delay in filling the vacancies and facilitating the office has negatively affected the economy in the area. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Social Protection of the following. 1, the reason for the delay in filling the vacancy in the office of the constituency West Fund manager in Kaiti constituency following the demise of then fund manager in 2019. And 2, a report of the immediate measure that the government is taking to ensure that the residents of Kaiti constituency get access to West Fund. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair, Social Protection. Is that Alice?
Yes.
How long do you need to bring a response?
Honorable Speaker, after we are back from the recess.
Second day after recess.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I
Speaker.
did not direct on the question by Joseph Lekuton. Chair Energy. Aramat, can you bring a response next week, Thursday?
Speaker, you give us 2 weeks after recess, we bring it a substantive report because I can see I can see the statement is a bit large, and we need some time to interrogate, because if you see it,
You are going on recess for 1 month. You want to bring the statement 2 weeks after 1 month?
no, just immediately after recess.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Lekuton.
Honorable Speaker, I disagree with my good friend here. This statement is very clear. There are no shortcuts. Kengen knows what they are doing. So it's just a matter of fact for him to fact check quickly. 1 week should be enough, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, because these projects can happen anytime from now. And we want to be responsible so that these community rights are respected, Mr. Speaker.
Aramat, bring a response on Thursday next week.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, next order. These are for tomorrow. Yeah, Karemba. Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding frequent accidents caused by Miraa transporters along Nairobi-Meru Highway. Honorable Speaker, the transportation of Miraa from Meru to Nairobi has increasingly become associated with reckless driving, excessive speeding, and a troubling pattern of fatal road accidents involving both pedestrians and other motorists. The urgent need to deliver this highly perishable crop to markets in Nairobi has fostered a culture of impunity among Miraa transporters, who often disregard traffic regulations, speed limits, and law enforcement instructions. This conduct is in direct contravention of the Traffic Act, Cap 403, which governs road safety and driver behavior. Specifically, Section 42 of the Act prohibits driving at speeds or in a manner that is dangerous to the public. The Act also grants law enforcement agencies the authority to arrest and prosecute those who breach the traffic laws, authority that seems to be blatantly undermined by the operators of Miraa vehicles. Honorable Speaker, what is particularly concerning is that a journey which should typically take approximately 4 hours is being reduced to just under 2 hours by speeding Miraa transporters. This practice has caused significant loss of lives and serious injuries, including the tragic death of 2 people 2 days ago, with 2 others sustaining severe injuries as a result of accidents involving speeding Miraa vehicles. And that was this morning. This situation also raises serious concerns of commercial interest flourishing at the expense of human life, contrary to Article 26, Subarticle 1 of the Constitution guaranteeing the right to life. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure addressing the following. 1, the immediate and long-term measures the ministry is taking to curb the frequent accidents caused by Miraa transport vehicles along the Nairobi-Meru Highway. 2, the actions that are being taken to ensure that Miraa transport sector complies with the Traffic Act, Cap 403, and prioritizes road safety and human life in line with Article 26 of the Constitution. And number 3, any policy or legislative interventions by the ministry to regulate the Miraa transport sector and hold road drivers accountable to the law for the endangering public lives. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm perturbed by the statement that has been sought by the MP for Onyenjes. I believe Miran drivers ply the routes within the provisions of the NTSA. So it's not in order to segregate Miran drivers as if they don't follow the routes and the orders and the stipulated are the NTSA regulations. I think he is referring to Mogoka and not Miran. These are two distinct things. So he should differentiate the Mogokan drivers and the Miran drivers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to support our MP, Mheshimiwa Mshangi Karemba, and distance myself from the Honorable Member from Meru, because we know that we have Mogoka in Mbere, that is in Embu, both the Mbere North, South, and some parts of Runyenjes, and we have Mira in Meru, and both sides of the coin, there is a lot of high speed. So the Ministry of Transport should
vehicles coming towards Nairobi, it will force you, Mr. Speaker, to move out of the road to stand and give them the way, because they are driven very carelessly with very high speed, and sometimes they have caused a lot of accidents. We have witnessed ourselves when traveling to Samburu through the Nanyuki Isiolo route. So I think it's very recommended that they should adhere to the NTSA rules so that we avoid the kind of accidents that we are experiencing. It's very true that they are driven in very high speeds that are not recommended for the very high, the road that are so many vehicles that are passing through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kumuunga mbunge mwenzangu mkono kuhusu magari ya miraa. Mheshimiwa Spika, imebainika wazi kuwa wanapeleka magari mbio sana na wanaweza kusababisha ajali kubwa sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata Mombasa mtu atakwambia mbona wenda mbio kama gari ya miraa, maanake inajulikana na ni zote ambazo zinaleta. Mheshimiwa Spika, na nafikiri ile mbio ambao wanaikimbiza Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi hapa kuna mheshimiwa amekuja akasema Meru kuna kansa sana, na mimi nataka kurejelea niseme hii gari inayopeleka huu mmea mbio ndio inasindikiza kansa sehemu zingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini kwa yote nasema ina spidi ya juu. Ni kupongeze mheshimiwa mwenzangu, waweze kupunguza ile spidi ambayo wanapeleka zile gari, sijui wanakimbilia wapi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, actually, these Mira vehicles should not be on the Kenyan roads. They should have their own special roads. And what is happening, for those of us who use the road Nairobi to Isiolo Marsabit, we actually come across the Mira vehicles. You must give way because they don't obey any traffic rules, any traffic regulations. When somebody is driving in a high density traffic area at 250, then it means they should not be on those roads. So what Honorable Karemba is talking about, he's not talking about Mira, he's talking about road safety. And I think that must be enforced. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, I also have Honorable Speaker, thank you for this. I also happen to use that road occasionally on some private business. And indeed, sometimes I hold my heart in my hands, literally to speak, when you see a Mira vehicle overtaking you or coming head on. Even as big vehicles we have, you always worry what will happen to you next. Some few months back, Honorable Speaker, I went to Honorable Dideraso's constituency to bury a friend, and indeed, I took to encounter the scaring speed of Miraa drivers. Probably this matter we need to look at it from two fronts. First of all, there's normally a speed limit in all roads in this country. Failure to enforce the speed limits is the continuing impunity by the traffic police and the general police in this country. So we must train our focus, our eyes towards the enforcement of speeds on the roads of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, on the other flip side, probably also need to look at even the Department of Education and Research to tell us how long does it take for Miraa to go bad. Probably that will explain the speed at which they move to come to Nairobi. But surprisingly, Honorable Speaker, when they come to Nairobi here, I don't see them putting their products in a fridge. I normally see them being sold in public, so it means that they can't go to waste all that much faster. So we want to urge the department, especially for transport, to ask the police to enforce road safety rules on the roads so that we save Kenyans death and injuries that maim them forever. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Protect me from Honorable Karemba. Speaker, I lies to support Honorable Karemba. I think he is afraid I won't support him. Because, Speaker, the way these cars are being driven, we've lost so many people, especially even in my constituency where we have an university. Last month, we lost two students because of a Miraa vehicle. And Speaker, what I always wonder, along our roads, we have milk that is transported, we have meat that is transported in refrigerated trucks. Is Miraa more perishable than milk and meat and other products? So Miraa can be transported in a better way. And I want to separate issues here. We are not discussing Miraa, we are discussing how the vehicles are driven. So we are not discussing Miraa. Miraa is good at it, an economic activity for our people in Meru, in Embu. So we are not discussing Miraa or Muguka. We are discussing how those vehicles are driven and saying that they should be driven in a better way. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is just a pointer. I think I'm just rising on a very serious concern on the highway. I think we should do something. This is just one of the pointers, but we should do something about driving on these roads. My concern, Honorable Speaker, is from here to Western Kenya. We're having even more serious cases where trucks and even the matatus are driven so badly that you can't. You can imagine I used to take like 2 hours from Eldoret to this place. Today, you take more than 5 hours on the road because there's no traffic control on the road. So much as we are talking about the Miraa vehicles, what have you, let's also look at the highways, particularly those from Nairobi, from Mombasa, Nairobi, up to the border of the Kenya and the Uganda. We have a serious problem. People are dying on the road. I even lost my MCS recently, and just because of this careless driving, and let's do something about it. I think this is just an appointment, but seriously, you take a drive from here to Western Kenya, there's a lot of problems on the road. So we should actually look at it just at a point that let's look at it seriously to be able to control the deaths on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you. I had wanted Ferdinand to be the last. Alice, you'll be the last.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just need to add my voice into it. We need even to have statistics of how many people who have been killed by those vehicles, Mr. Speaker, because it is a serious business. Even there's a saying back at home that they say that the vehicle was very fast, kama zile za Miraa. So that is a saying, at the highway, because those vehicles, they really go very fast. They disregard all rules. All road rules and procedures at the road, and they have killed so many people, not only in Embu, all the way from Meru to Nairobi. If we get that statistic, you see they have killed so many people along the way. And like what Honorable Taitum has said, we are not discussing Miraa. We are discussing how those vehicles are driven. We need to look into it, and NTSA, you need to come out very strongly to tell us how many people have been killed by the Mira vehicles. I support.
Thank you. I wanted to close Melly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very weighty matter and on almost 4 issues. One, the people killed in these highways is alarming. It is almost becoming a very serious disaster for this country. The roads, the vehicles lost, all the way from Boda Boda, Mira, the Matatus, the huge lorries, there is total disregard for traffic rules. And I think, Honorable Speaker, this House needs to rise up to bring order in our roads. Every border rider in this country do not have an helmet. It is not for his own good. It's not for other people. It is for him. And if he is going to get an accident, he's going to cause an injury to the family. He's going to cause a cost to the government in terms of medication. He's going to cause a lot of issues. So, Honorable Speaker, the issue raised by Honorable Karemba needs to be taken seriously by this House and be discussed in a very broad way, not only on the Mira issue, but as a road accident and adherence to traffic rules in this country is a very serious problem. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. KJ, what is it? I want to close there.
Mr. Speaker, this is going to the committee. And as it goes to the committee, they should be tasking people who are responsible on a number of issues. There will be a need for the review of the highway code in Kenya to see if the highway code that we have been working with is still sufficient for today. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, there's a communication element to this. When we were growing up, there used to be a lot of sensitization on how to use the road. And it would start in the nursery school. You would be taught how to cross the road as a nursery school child. Today, as we speak, maybe NTSA does not commit any budget to public communication on road use. That is why you will find as you drive along the superhighway, there is a sign saying that there should be no track on the highway speeding track. But under that sign, you will see a lorry speeding under the sign that is showing no tracks on this lane. In the same breath, you will see an individual who is riding a motorcycle and the pillion passenger is wearing a helmet, but the rider himself is not wearing a helmet. But they will end up calling you for harambe after they're involved in an accident for a mistake that was of their own. Mr. Speaker, I think there is a very serious communication, sensitization campaign component to the issue that Honorable Karemba has brought so that we prevent the accidents even before they happen. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the committee does the report, they need to see whether there is a way we can commit budgets to communicating and sensitizing the public on road safety.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I can have a moment to just put across, not to repeat what my colleagues have said, but rather to recon from the Mishuki rules. Mishuki turned around the Matatu sector. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, up to now, nothing stops the Cabinet Secretary for Transport to come up with their policies that is going to sanitize our transport. There is craziness everywhere in border. Even, Mr. Speaker, looking at the riders, our governors are using even in the local cities where we come from. They cause a lot of trouble and havoc because of the reckless way of driving. Mr. Speaker, I stand to suggest that either we come up with regulations and rules to even guide the Mira transportation in terms of time and how they are carried. Lastly, is to encourage the agencies on the road sector. If you look at what Kura is doing, we know Kura are mandated to do roads within the municipalities and the cities. But if you look at the carriageway they provide is so thin, and it's in those areas that we have a huge traffic of border and many motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I dare suggest that the Committee of Transport need to dig deeper than this and ensure that Kura re-standardizes their particular road works so that they standardize their carriage and provide a possibility and opportunity for the volumes that have grown over time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I say it is possible to change Kenya like the way Rwanda has changed. Nothing stops Kenya to change. We need the right people, right thinking of the minister, and Kenya will be in order. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. If I were you, Ruku, I would not debate anything here. If I were you, I would be nil by mouth completely. Where is the chair, roads and transport? Majority leader, can you cause your chairman to bring a statement in response to this? Can he manage next week?
I will speak to him. I know he had exams this week, but by
Yes.
next week he should be able to come. You're the vice chair. Now the Honorable Didmas is the vice chair of that committee.
Yes.
So I'll cause that, but it's
Wait,
indeed true,
are
Honorable
you from
Speaker.
that committee? Yes, make sure you bring a statement Thursday next week.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker.
And Taitum should be advised that Karemba is not asking or debating about the value or otherwise, the quality or otherwise of Mira. He is complaining about the manner in which the commodity is transported. And from where I sit, I take judicial notice of the reckless manner in which those vehicles are driven. I have narrowly escaped a head-on collision with them, not once, not twice. So, Honorable Taitum also, as we promote the product to which we have no issues, safety is as important as the marketing of the product. Yes, Donya.
Thank you, Mr.
Mama
Speaker.
Kisi.
Yeah, I've just gotten interested on the Transport Committee because last week you told them to give me an answer this day. So, Mr. Speaker, I prepared today. I combed my hair. Just to be excited because I was going to be given an answer. How am I going home, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, you
no
don't
answer.
need to comb your hair to receive an answer.
No, I just want, because Mr. Speaker, if you see the state of our roads, they are very bad. And you see, I'm even imagining pregnant women being driven on those roads. We are talking of Mira, yes, but you are carrying twins and the roads are pathetic, Mr. Speaker. I just needed an answer. See, I'm begging for it.
Wait on. I directed last week that you bring a response to a statement requested by the Honorable Donya. Do you have an idea?
I have an idea, but because of the number of questions that were there, we will work hard and bring answers by next week.
No, bring the answer on Thursday, this week.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker.
Thursday this week. Donya, you can comb your hair again on Thursday. The next order.
Order number 11, motion, state of security in 6 counties of North Rift, being Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia. Mover to reply.
Who is the mover? Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration. Tongoyo?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm here, Honorable
Lasso, you
Speaker.
are replying. Go ahead.
I'm Tongo in another form. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank all members who have contributed to this motion on security in 6 counties of North Rift, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia, which were declared disturbed. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who come from the ASALs or areas that are generally disturbed, I think this government has done a lot. Although there are pockets of problems, but if I consider in the 11th parliament, when I came to this parliament for the first time, and in the 13th parliament, it is actually like the difference between day and night. That today, a lot of activities have come back to normalcy. Honorable Speaker, it is evident that many members support the recommendation developed in the report on the inquiry and are ready to support the legislative and other measures that will enable conflict to cease in these areas. Honorable Speaker, in their contribution, many members have raised pertinent issues, particularly on issues that threaten the safety and stability of the region but also they have broader implication on national security. As a way of reply, in February 2023, the then Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Interior and National Administration actually gazetted this region of North Rift as disturbed areas, and also he declared national emergency. In recognition of this, when the committee did the inquiry, they came up with drafts of recommendations. Key among them is disarmament, where we must take illicit arms off the civilians. Initiation of a systematic intelligence trade operation so that we can dismantle criminal networks operation in the region. Establishment of a strong national government administrative structures. We noted that many of these areas do not have any form of administrative footprint. This is why they are largely seen as ungoverned. Adopt and deployment of modern security surveillance system by integrating advanced technologies such as drones, mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, the AMRAPs, and armored personnel carriers, and air surveillance, among others. There have also been many recommendations which are contained in the report, and since the report is the property of this House, members can look through them. Honorable Speaker, the House should follow up on this recommendation for implementation, and in particular, we look at Committee on Implementation to take up most of these matters as priority. Honorable Speaker, once again, as a committee, we thank you and the clerk for your support to facilitate the committee to have carried out this particular task seamlessly. With those remarks, I beg to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Russell. Honorable members will put the question on this tomorrow. Next order. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I want to beg your indulgence in relation to the business listed as order number 17 on the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025, that I stand down this bill for today. Since the Finance and National Planning Committee is yet to finalize their report, and there's something we had agreed with the chair of the committee that they would need to do to establish the exact quantum of what is sought to be exempted and the beneficiaries of those exemptions, and also to ascertain that there are indeed investments that have been made in the country, actual investments in relation to the exemptions that have been sought through that bill. Therefore, I wanted to beg your indulgence that we step down that business from the order paper today until such a time that the Finance Committee will have finalized with that report.
Thank you. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, if you look at that bill, Mr. Speaker, that bill, I don't want to call it dangerous, but it's a very important bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is giving exemptions of 14.9 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, almost 15 billion. And Mr. Speaker, we are unable to raise money for CDF. The whole of this afternoon, we are fighting here over money for CDF. And someone here is bringing a bill that wants to give exemptions of 15 billion shillings. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Majority Leader that this bill needs to be scrutinized by the Finance Committee properly so that we know whether these investments have happened, and if they have happened, where are they, and what value do they give to Kenyans? Because, Mr. Speaker, if you just give blanket exemptions, as the bill is trying to do, and the bill is actually trying not to give only exemptions, it is trying to backdate those exemptions to 2024, Mr. Speaker. This House had passed a bill earlier giving them exemptions, but now they want it backdated to 2024, Mr. Speaker. Why? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Atandi.
Honorable Speaker, I also would like to support the standing down of this bill. Honorable Speaker, there's a report which I presented on the floor of this House from the Budget Office on the implications of exemptions on our revenue raising efforts. Honorable Speaker, the report says that we lose about 300 billion annually from our ordinary revenues because of exemptions. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it would really be really bad on this House if we continue to do the same in knowing very well, Honorable Speaker, that we are unable to raise revenues. We are even projecting to raise about 2.8 trillion this coming financial year, and we'll never do it with this exemption. Honorable Speaker, I want to beseech the House that in future and going forward, we should never allow exemptions that cannot be explained. And therefore, I want to support Honorable Junet and Honorable the Leader of Majority that these exemptions must be thoroughly scrutinized before they can be allowed to be discussed on the floor.
We'll step
Thank
down
you.
the bill. Kimani, we are not debating the bill. It is, I've given to the Chair of Finance first. I'll come to you. Karoli.
Honorable Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the Leader of Majority, the sponsor of this bill, for actually agreeing to step down this bill, Honorable Speaker. It is not in the habit of the Committee of Finance and National Planning to try to slow any motion or any bill that comes before the floor of this House. We always endeavor that we complete the tasks that have been assigned to our committee in a record time. However, Honorable Speaker, whereas this bill came to us as a correction of a vellum error that may have happened during the printing of the tax amendment bill act that we passed in December, Speaker, on further asking for clarification from National Treasury on the financial implication of this, Honorable Speaker. Today, we got a report that actually this would lead to exemptions of around 15 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker. And although we've seen the impact of a change of policies and how that has happened in terms of spurring and promoting local manufacturing and promoting economic growth, Honorable Speaker, it's very important that we balance that particular aspect so that we make sure that those particular exemptions are actually used to spur local manufacturing and economic growth, and that there is no any possibility of abuse, Honorable Speaker. So we asked for more time and so that we scrutinize these particular entities, Honorable Speaker. It's important we visit even these entities where they are and what they do, and actually whether they have an actual impact in our economy. However, Honorable Speaker, tax policies that enhance local manufacturing have actually been proven to have an impact, a positive impact in both creating local employment, promoting local manufacturing, and inspiring economic growth, Honorable Speaker. But it's, however, very important that we scrutinize them so they're not subject to abuse. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Who do you want to inform? He's already left the floor. Karoli?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Kimani, only inform a member who is on the floor, and he has already left the floor. You don't inform the House General, you inform the member on the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just wish to draw the attention of the House to Article 210 of the Constitution of Kenya. And if I may read it for the ease of members, no tax or licensing fee may be imposed, waived, or varied except as provided by legislation. If legislation permits the waiver of any tax or licensing fee, a public record of each waiver shall be maintained together with the reasons for the waiver. And each waiver and the taxation for it shall be reported by the Auditor General. And then basically, when you read this bill, there's no reference to the constitutional provisions. That is one of the biggest problems I noticed with it. So I would advise the next draft of this bill or wherever it is tabled, it should refer to that Article 210.
Karoli?
Yes.
What is before the House is very simple. We step it down. What you are saying, you'll have an opportunity when we reach that order, either today, tomorrow, or any other day. Then you can read the Constitution to the House and tell the sponsor of the bill what ought to be done or not to be done. What is before us, do we step it down? In fact, we don't need even to debate it. It's just a matter of the Speaker's discretion.
In view of the inconsistency with the Constitution, we should not only step it down, but maybe withdraw it and bring a new one.
That will come when the bill is being debated. I now direct that order number 17 be stepped down to another date that will be agreed upon in the House Business Committee. Next order. Yes, Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, order number 19.
the treaty making and the ratification amendment number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024, which is stated to be under the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. I think this should be Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, because I remember very well, I was asked to present my views and I did a memorandum on it and I presented it to Defense and Foreign Affairs. So
Okay.
we may actually have to recheck that this is not under Justice and Legal
Clerk,
Affairs.
can you correct that? If we reach it and Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign are not here, we'll step it down to another date. Let's go to the next order. My honorable members, orders number 12, 13, and 14 should be run through fairly quickly unless members have serious contentions, so that we go to the committee of the whole. Call out.
Order number 12, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, State Department for Public Investments and Asset Management, and State Department for Economic Planning.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Kimani, this is your motion. Order number 12. Don't let Wangari confuse you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, the Honorable Mother Wangari is one of the leaders that I really look up to. She's having a third term, one as a senator and 2 terms as an elected member of Gilgil constituency. And so she's high ranking than me in terms of hierarchy of this house. And I seek her wisdom as many times as I can, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries, State Department for Public Investment and Asset Management, and the State Department for Economic Planning laid on the table of the House on Thursday, the 10th of April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliament Approval Act, Cap 7F, that this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, as a Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Investment and Asset Management. Honorable Speaker, it's important to note that this is a new State Department created under the Ministry of National Treasury. And 2, Mr. Boniface Makoha, as his PS for State Department for Economic Planning. These state departments are crucial pillars, Honorable Speaker, of Kenya's economic governance and national planning. Their roles are central in enhancing public asset management, optimizing investments, enhancing the country's economic planning, and coordinating the country's economic blueprint, especially through Vision 2030. Madam Speaker, the committee examined the nominees based on academic qualifications, their professional experiences, leadership and integrity, political neutrality, financial probity, and potential conflicts of interest. The committee also ensured that the nominees were cleared by the relevant investigative bodies, such as Kenya Revenue Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Higher Education Loans Board, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. On Mr. Cecil Wagunda Odede, Honorable Speaker, after conducting the approval hearings, the committee noted that Mr. Odede is a seasoned public servant with over 34 years of experience, most of which was spent in various senior roles at the Kenya Revenue Authority. He started his career as a junior revenue officer in the Ministry of Finance before joining the KRA when KRA was established. He served in the authority from 1993 as a senior revenue officer and rose in the ranks of Deputy Commissioner Investigations when he retired in 2022. He currently serves as a lecturer at Kenya School of Revenue Administration, KESRA. Mr. Odede holds a master's degree in economics, a Bachelor of Commerce, and a diploma in tax administration. His extensive career has been focused on investigations, tax enforcement, and public financial management. Mr. Odede, Madam Speaker, displayed a great understanding of public asset management, advocating for digitalized asset registries, centralized valuation systems, and policy reforms for asset utilization. He emphasized the importance of transparency, youth-focused economic strategies, and support for underutilized public resources, such as the idle university lands. He has met all the statutory and constitutional requirements and has demonstrated integrity, patriotism, and readiness to serve, Honorable Speaker. On the candidature of Mr. Boniface Makoha as a nominee for Principal Secretary, State Department of Economic Planning, Madam Speaker, Mr. Makoha is an academic and development expert with over 24 years of professional experience in education, international development, and resource mobilization. He holds a master's degree in physics, a bachelor's in education, and is currently pursuing a doctorate in mediation and conflict management. He has served in regional roles such as with the United Nations International Conference on Great Lakes region and as a consultant for major development programs, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Makoha showcased a robust understanding of economic planning, public-private partnerships, and fiscal management. He emphasized a result-based planning model and the revival of gender-responsive budgeting, and the importance of aligning national development with international frameworks, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Makoha also exhibited strong leadership and management skills, drawing from experiences in overseeing multi-agency regional programs and leading cross-functional teams in Great Lakes region and other international assignments. He presented his 6-pillar vision for the State Department, which including bottom-up planning, performance tracking, and enhanced collaboration with the development partners. Madam Speaker, the approval of these nominees will be very instrumental in strengthening the strategic functions of the National Treasury and Economic Planning Ministry. Their wealth of experience will help Kenya tackle public asset inefficiencies and align economic planning and transformational national goals. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in line with global trends in public sector reform and economic transformation, the expectations of the country of the nominees go beyond fulfillment of such mandates. The citizens of Kenya, and indeed this House, expect the nominees to embrace international best practices that have been proven to enhance transparency, efficiency, and development impact. Madam Speaker, adoption of international public sector accounting standards, where countries such as South Africa and New Zealand have adopted IPSAS to improve transparency in public asset management, will be a key reason to this individual, Honorable Speaker. These standards provide a structured approach to reporting and accountability, ensuring that governments are clear about value, condition, and usage of national assets. Madam Speaker, they must borrow from best practice across the globe with examples of what is being done in the United Kingdom and what's happening in Singapore, Honorable Speaker. And it's possible that that can be done in this country, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the State Department for Economic Planning, Integrated National Planning System is one of the platforms that we encourage these people to do, that will ensure that we have data mining, that will ensure there is a sustainable goal development, and especially use of data in prediction of our planning, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the two functions that these nominees are being appointed to, the State Department for Public Investment and Management is a State Department that will be in charge of privatization, Honorable Speaker. There is a lot of that needs to be put in the thinking, in the mind, and in the heart of what needs to be privatized and what that doesn't need to be, Honorable Speaker. Governments have no business running business, Honorable Speaker, and it's very important that these PSs, if approved by if approved by this House, come up with a robust way of making sure that those underutilized resources in this country are properly utilized, Honorable Speaker, and making sure that many idle resources and many idle institutions that will be run more efficiently if in the private sector are actually private, Honorable Speaker. The PS for Economic, State Department for Economic Planning, Honorable Speaker, we have never taken economic planning seriously as a country, Honorable Speaker. And as this candidate demonstrated the use of bottom-up, Honorable Speaker, we encourage them to do two things, to make sure that our economic planning starts from the bottom of the pyramid all the way up. And in addition to it, ensuring that we include our counties in the national planning of this country, Honorable Speaker. Because what happens now, we have 47 different counties with their different county plans, and they're still part of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. So we hope there's going to be an integration of our planning systems between our county governments and our national government so that we have a robust economic plan, Honorable Speaker. That's Honorable Speaker. Our public service, even though we appreciate the experience of our aged population, Honorable Speaker, still has a big deficit of young people, Honorable Speaker. And we are hoping that these principal secretaries will have a youth-driven strategies, Honorable Speaker, in their state departments, and also ensure that there's young blood in our planning system, Honorable Speaker. And with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the appointment of these two very professional candidates of this country, Honorable Speaker, and I beg CP Ruto, the member for Parliament for Cases and a member of this committee, to second.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. As I stand to second the appointment of the two PSs, that is Cyril Wakunda Odede and Boniface Makoa. Madam Speaker, I want to say that, first of all, I want to appreciate the President for doing, for the first time in the history of Kenya, establishing an independent State Department concerned with investment and asset management. Madam Speaker, all of us, we appreciate the challenges we've gone through, especially during the new constitution and when the two levels of government were sharing the assets and liabilities. Up to now, we are yet to establish some assets that have gone missing because there's no clear records, no clear procedure, neither specific technical people to address this one. As I stand to support Cyril Wakuda, who actually demonstrated ability and understanding on the aspect of asset management and understanding on the issues of revenue raising situation. Madam Speaker, I want to say that this particular approach is going to improve on our management of our assets and most of the performance of our institutions that we have established, like universities that are crumbling now. Almost every university in the Republic of Kenya is going down. At the moment now, every university is declaring going redundancy. The question is, where did the rain start hitting our institutions? We need this particular institution and these peers to go down and be able to establish what are the challenges and propose mechanism of protecting our institution. And not only universities, look at even our production sectors like KCC. KCC now is going now to the west. Farmers have not been paid. What are the troubles? Nobody's able to explain this one. County governments, they are losing lands left, right, center. I come from a county where land grabbing is so wanton. And in future, we will lack space to improve service delivery or to establish institutions that are going to focus on the needs of the people. On the candidature of Boniface Makoa, this is one person that challenged me. If you look at his background of education, he's a teacher. He underwent education, physics. But the man, given an opportunity to speak out, he understands the issues of planning very well and very eloquent. Why? Because he got exposed in an environment of dealing with the people. And you know, planning is not about the technical science. It is about the social science. It's about the people. Listening to the people, reasoning with the people, identifying projects that are going to affect and impact on the livelihood of the people. This is one person that, given the support, is going to transform this particular country. Remembering that the first planning started during the time of Mwai Kibaki, when the State Department, when the Ministry of Planning was established, and it came up with the issue of the Vision 2030 that has transformed the country, Kenya. We need such a person that is going to give us a future beyond 2030. Where will Kenya be in 2050? Where will Kenya be in 2060? Where will Kenya be in the 100 years? So that we can now align our plannings and our budgetary processes to ensure we are geared towards that support. Madam Speaker, I support this particular, I beg to second the nomination of Boniface Makoa as nominee for Principal Secretary for Economic Planning and Cyril Wakuda Odede, nominee for the Principal Secretary Public as Investment and Asset Management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I therefore propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning in its report, majority and minority leaders, in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, State Department for Public Investment and Asset Management and the State Department for Economic Planning, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and the Sections 3(8) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. Number one, Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, State Department for Public Investment and Asset Management. And number two, Dr. Boniface Makoha, State Department for Economic Planning. Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, Thank you for giving an opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the motion by the Departmental Committee on Finance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank also the chairman for doing a thorough job with his committee, because the report that they have brought on those two nominees, Madam Speaker, are factual. Madam Speaker, Cyril Odede Wagunda, or Cyril Wagunda Odede, comes from my county, from Migori County, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank His Excellency the President for appointing Mr. Wagunda as a Principal Secretary, Madam Speaker. He is the first Jasuna to become a Principal Secretary. Can you imagine? Since independence. Jasuna is where I come from, Mr. Speaker. The first Jasuna to become a Principal Secretary, Madam Speaker. I can't be more proud than today, Madam Speaker, that in my life as a sitting member of Parliament, Jasuna now is a Principal Secretary. Jasuna East or West together, they are called Sona, both of them. Madam Speaker, Mr. Odede is a distinguished career civil servant. He has served this country at the Kenya Revenue Authority for the last almost 30 years without any problem, without any matter, without any finger raised about him on issues of integrity, on issues of disobedience or anything at his place of work, Madam Speaker. These are the kind of Kenyans, Madam Speaker, when they are given a second opportunity to serve the nation, they will serve this country diligently, faithfully, and with honesty. Madam Speaker, this is a man I can vouch for because I have known him for many years. He's a man who has served this country in a previous capacity as a Deputy Commissioner in the Kenya Revenue Authority. Madam Speaker, and a man who has all the qualifications, as has been said by the chair of the committee. They have checked everywhere, and they have realized, and they have come to confirm that he's fit for the position that he has been appointed. Madam Speaker, the State Department that he has been taken, the State Department for Investment and Asset Management, is also equally very important State Department that our country needed. It's one of the new State Department that has been created now. And as you're aware, this country has many assets that needs to be revived, for the benefit of Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Assets that some of them have become malfunctioning, others have become dead assets. We don't even have a proper register of the country's assets, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as Migori people, whom I represent in this house, today we are very happy that His Excellency the President has given an opportunity, one of us, to serve this country. And Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to say that Kenyans will get the services that they need through that man called Mr. Cyril Odede, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Cyril Odede Wagunda also is a social worker. I remember when he was at the Kenya Revenue Authority, he has done a lot of social work at Migori, Madam Speaker. He has been a chair of many schools, boards, and he has helped the community to the extent where we thought that if he is given another opportunity, he can do a better job, Madam Speaker. And I am happy that the appointing authority, in their own wisdom, also realized and pointed out that this kind of person, if given an opportunity, will serve the country at a higher level. Madam Speaker, this is the way we want to move our country, where people who have never thought that they will serve this country, these positions of principal secretaries, cabinet secretaries, and other presidential appointees, are given an opportunity. Because, Madam Speaker, there are people I know, like this Cyril, who had lost hope. They never thought the national government will ever, see them, where they will have been rotting in Migori, Madam Speaker, with this kind of knowledge that they have, where the committee now has confirmed that these people will reform these places. This is the kind of, I want to thank the majority leader, Madam Speaker, because he has played a key role in making sure that this country moves to this direction it is moving to. He has been consulting me as the minority leader and asking me how many experts are remaining. Madam Speaker, we are in thorough consultations with the majority leader. Thorough consultations that anytime he thinks there's an expert required, I normally get his phone calls, even 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. He asks me, do you think there's an expert in ODM who can help issues in the government, Madam Speaker? But a majority leader continue with that kind of mindset, because who knows? Who knows? In the near future, you might become our president. Who knows? Only God knows, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank him also because he has shown leadership in that line. And I am happy that we are going to that direction as a country where every Kenyan feels he has a chance to serve his nation or her nation, Madam Speaker. Every Kenyan feels that he can serve in any position in this country. Where we are not being told you are a shareholder, you're not a shareholder, you are what, you are not. That nonsense has ended in this country, Madam Speaker, with this kind of appointment. When this list of the new principal secretaries came out, Madam Speaker, it covered the whole republic. There was a appointee from the coast, Kilifi, from Migori, from Kisumu, from Samburu, from Kajiado, from Mount Kenya, everyone. We are passing a list that has all faces from all the regions of this country. That is the kind of nation we want going forward, Madam Speaker, because look, Sona people are not small people. That's where I come from. And they have never been a permanent secretary since independence. You know, there are some communities here that when they speak, they say, oh, we have been forgotten. Me, I just keep quiet. They don't know that even ours have been forgotten. We have been in the trenches of opposition. That's why I think we have been segregated for all and discriminated for all this time of period. But now, finally, things have changed. Things have changed because people who never thought they can serve this country are now being put forward to serve this country. And that can only happen under leadership of the broad-based, not those other leaderships that were there before, because they have forgotten other Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I want to send the majority leader to His Excellency the President to convey our message that he's on the right direction in terms of bringing Kenyans together. This is the way to go, and we will not relent until every Kenyan feels that he's a Kenyan like any other Kenyan, not like before where a man who used to come to his office at 5 a.m. in the morning used to remind us that, oh, you're not shareholders. Which shares? When did Kenya become a company where people bought shares? When did Kenya become a limited liability company where you're judged by the number of shares you have? Huh? Madam Speaker, I want to say that this is the way a nation is built. This is how we can have a united and cohesive nation. When I find a Jasuna on the table, is when I know Kenya is one. When you just only people who can speak in one language are the ones who are running in government. That cannot happen anymore. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, the committee, thank you very much. We will support on our side as the minority any Kenyan. We will not mind where he comes from, which religion he belongs to, which county, so long as he can deliver and provide services to Kenyans. I am promising you on the floor of this house, we will support him and we will make sure he is given an opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and also rise to support this motion for the approval of the two cabinet principal secretaries, not cabinet secretary, but maybe in the future there will be cabinet secretaries. Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede and Dr. Boniface Makoha, both of which the chair of the Finance Committee has very well elaborated how well they qualify for these positions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to agree with the leader of minority that indeed it is important to recognize that when a government is formed, it is formed on behalf of the people of Kenya to serve all the people of Kenya. And therefore, anybody within the boundaries of the country who is qualified and a Kenyan can serve in any position. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, those of us who are fundis believe in the broad-based government, and not just the broad-based government because it brings us together, but because it also harnesses and creates synergy of expertise from across the political divide. That you do not need to discriminate against anybody on the basis of where they come from. You've had Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede is Jasuna, somebody from Suna. And if for the first time since independence, we have a Jasuna as a principal secretary, that tells you then the country is moving in the right direction, Honorable Speaker. I look forward also to the day very soon. I know we have had principal secretaries from Kikuyu constituency. And also some from Gashie in Kiambu. And I look forward to a time in the near future where we'll have a cabinet secretary from Gashie, Honorable Speaker, in Kiamba constituency of Kiambu County. But Honorable Speaker, allow me also to speak to the two state departments that have been created or rather this new one on the State Department of Public Investments and Asset Management. Honorable Speaker, and to speak to Mr. Odede and tell him he is coming into a State Department where he is being appointed at the right time. And I say at the right time, Honorable Speaker, because this country is coming from a backdrop where we are implementing IMF-led reforms that were more tax-based. Honorable Speaker, following the events of last year, we have to consciously now move away from tax-based reforms in the country, Honorable Speaker, and balance this with investments, and also investments where you can be able to raise money to carry out public investments without necessarily going back to tax Kenyans. And the Public-Private Partnership Act that we enacted in this House, Honorable Speaker, almost 3 years ago, has existed in our books, but we have been extremely slow in rolling out public-private partnerships in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, where you come from in Gilgil, you know, on a Friday and a long weekend like this one, people take hours to get to Nakuru, a distance of less than 200 kilometers. That should take you less than an hour.
Some spend there actually.
Yeah, people have slept on the road between Kinale and Gilgil. Those going to the western parts of Kenya over Christmas, some had to turn away and come back to Nairobi because they couldn't make it. Those who could not afford to fly or use the train. And yet they had planned to travel up country. But it is because we have had challenges with doing these roads and expanding our infrastructure in a way that we will do it without necessarily hurting Kenyans. An opportunity lies, and Cyril must know that he has a golden opportunity to unlock the huge potential that we have to implement public investments using public-private partnerships. Correct. And I'm not just talking about the Nakuru, Rironi, Nakuru, Mau Summit, all the way to probably Malaba, dual carriage, and making it an expressway like the Nairobi Expressway. There are many opportunities. Honorable Speaker, the investments that we are seeing at Bomas of Kenya through PPPs, there are many opportunities to implement such projects and position our country in a way that we'll be able to attract even tourists who are coming for conferencing, not just getting to the game reserves, Honorable Speaker. Because, let me not use what I was going to use, but our neighboring countries, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to give the example of Rwanda, which is a much smaller economy than ours, not as well connected to the rest of the world as Nairobi, was going to overtake Nairobi in terms of conferencing and conventions, Honorable Speaker. But investments that we are seeing at the Bomas of Kenya will unlock now this potential, attract more people, more business coming into Nairobi for conferencing and conventions, and also investments into the country, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I want to tell Cyril he has his job well cut out for him. We expect that this new State Department will have a paradigm shift from tax-based reforms now to investment-based reforms in terms of being able to raise resources from the private sector to be able to unlock our potential in terms of infrastructure investments. Even the SGR, Honorable Speaker, the JKA airport. I know many people do not believe it, but JKIA remains an embarrassment to this country to a large extent. A huge embarrassment.
It's a bus park.
I hear the minority leader saying it looks like a bus park, like Machakos County bus park. Not Machakos County, but the Machakos Country bus station in Nairobi. And I say it is an embarrassment, Honorable Speaker, because for those who have traveled out of this country, you have seen the level of investments in, even within our region, in international airports. Rwanda, Tanzania, countries that we are priding ourselves that we are ahead of them, have been overtaking us with public investments. I was shocked, Honorable Speaker, the last time I traveled to Istanbul,
What used to be Ataturk Airport, I was told has been decommissioned, and they have built a brand new airport within a period of 2 years. Under PPP by a Turkish company. And I want to tell you, Honorable Speaker, it is possible even here to build brand new international airports, not just JKIA. It is possible to have an international airport in the Mara, to have tourists come from their home countries and fly direct into the Mara, or to Samburu County. I see the Honorable Asuda smiling broadly when she hears the Mara and Samburu, because she knows the potential that is there in Samburu, in the Mara, can be unlocked by us being able to take tourists directly there. But we will not be able to do this if we depend on taxes and raising taxes from Kenyans to be able to implement these public investments. But Cyril and the officers at the National Treasury who will now come into this new State Department have that opportunity to unlock that potential for us. I want to encourage him. Do not get into the National Treasury and get sucked into the ordinary National Treasury bureaucracy that we have seen over the years. Because there are people who have served in this PPP directorate over the years, but have not been able to implement a single PPP project. We have been speaking about privatization of our sugar companies, Honorable Speaker. This is the opportunity to unlock the huge potential in Western Kenya and other parts of Nyanza and the coast that are doing sugarcane farming using public-private partnerships and privatization of these companies. This is a work that is very well cut out for Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede. For Boniface Makoha, in the State Department of Economic Planning, this is where NGCDF that we are speaking about resides, in this State Department of Economic Planning. Honorable Speaker, I have seen a former Speaker of this House tweeting, saying that the NGCDF is illegal. And let me read, Honorable Speaker, because, you know, some of these things are very shameful and embarrassing. And, you know, I would hate to spend time here to castigate a former Speaker, because you're also there, Madam Speaker, as a Speaker today. But when you say NGCDF is a corrupt, illegal, and unconstitutional slush fund to unjustly enrich the MPs, their families and cronies, and should therefore be scrapped, yet you have served in this House as a Speaker, presiding over 349 members of that House, and also strongly defended that fund. Well, you have served in this House, Honorable Speaker. But today, because you are annoyed, because we have just tabled and given notice of motion to appoint a member of Parliament of Mbere North as the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, if you are annoyed with that, please spare the rest of the country your anger, spare the rest of the country your bile. If you sat here as a Speaker for 10 years and justify the existence of NGCDF, but simply because today you are not a Cabinet Secretary and your member of Parliament has been promoted as a Cabinet Secretary, now you start taking your bile to the rest of the country and the rest of the House. I mean, it's embarrassing, it's shameful, it's uncalled for, and I would advise the culprits to cool down, relax. There is life beyond public service. The day any one of us is not a member of Parliament here, or you are not in a position as a Cabinet Secretary or as a Speaker, Honorable Speaker, or even as a Chief, there is life beyond that. You can graze your goats, you can graze your cattle, you can rear your pigs like me. Yeah. Those who are doing poultry, like William Ruto, can also do poultry. And they will all be happy. Honorable Speaker, you do not have to be bitter with your son. You know, from one end of the mouth, you seem to be speaking for your son, who is, I think, 50 years old. From the other end of the mouth, you are so bitter with another son of yours from Mbere North who has been appointed as a Cabinet Secretary that you are now deriding the entire House and a system of NGCDF that has worked for the last almost 25 years. Honorable Speaker, this affront against NGCDF, Dr. Boniface Makoha must ensure that NGCDF not only continues to exist, but is well resourced. Because NGCDF is not for members of parliament. I can very well do my representation, my oversight, and my legislative work as a member of parliament without NGCDF. But I know there are children in Kikuyu constituency where I come from who would not otherwise be in school today. Why not for NGCDF? I know there are children from Kanyanjara Primary School when I was elected a member of parliament in 2013 who had mud wall and timber classrooms in their schools that had no floors. Children in Kikuyu today pride themselves that they're in better public schools than academies, private academies, because of investments done by NGCDF. And it is not because of their member of parliament. It is because NGCDF, the act gave very clear guidelines as to how procurement is done, how projects are implemented, using an independent NGCDF committee elected at the local level with representation, having project implementation committees at the local level. Honorable Speaker, how I wish, as we implement devolution, the last 10 years of devolution, Honorable Speaker, how I wish Kenyans would see the work of devolution as they see the work of NGCDF at their localities, Honorable Speaker. How I wish that the County Governments Act was as elaborate as the NGCDF Act is elaborate. And therefore, I want to encourage also Dr. Boniface Makoha to serve Kenyans with diligence, to look at the workings of NGCDF and even see how we can further improve this NGCDF and propose amendments for us to be able to legislate so that NGCDF continues to serve the people of Kenya as it has served them over the last past 20 years, Honorable Speaker. And with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support and wish Mr. Cyril Waguna Odede and Dr. Boniface Makoha all the best in their service to the nation and go forth, serve the people.
Very well. Dr. Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to take this opportunity to sincerely congratulate the two gentlemen who have been appointed to serve in the two departments, the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, let me also sincerely thank the Committee of Planning and National Finance and National Planning for having reviewed or vetted the nominees and approved for their appointment. Honorable Speaker, for the very first time, Honorable Speaker, and I want my minority leader to listen, let me also applaud the move to broaden the inclusion of all spheres of people in the government of today. Honorable Speaker, the election of 2022, very many of us were so apprehensive that we thought that Kenya belonged to only a few people, the rest of us were spectators. Yes, we might never have signed the shareholding agreement, but nevertheless we pay taxes, so we deserved to be considered for all that is there to be done. Honorable Speaker, it's also a big lesson to any incoming administration. At times, not all the political supporters, not all those that you hang around during campaigns have got the competence to allow you and enable you deliver on your mandate. I do believe that the President Ruto was really let down by his first cabinet and his first administration that led to the Gen Z riots because of poor decision-making and poor advice. I just hope now, Honorable Speaker, the new team that comes in will be able to really see Kenya in a holistic manner and come up with the policies and measures to ensure that this economy takes off. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, in a typical working arrangement, the State Department for Planning is the engine for economic development. It's the engine for social progress. They're the people who plan, they're people who think, who burn the midnight oil. They're the think tank. Whatever they plan is what goes to be implemented by Treasury and all other departments. Honorable Speaker, we just hope and pray the current administration will allow this department to play its role. Honorable Speaker, we have nostalgic memory of some of the best brains in this country. Tom Mboya, Professor Nyang Nyong, who headed this department, and during those times, Honorable Speaker, This is the time when the country recorded tremendous economic growth and economic development. It is high time the Treasury Mandarin, as the majority leader has said, they allow the new team to infuse new energy, to infuse new thinking in the way things are done in the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, all of us knows that the better or the bottom-up economic program is flailing, is not meeting the targets that we're supposed to do. It is high time the Department of Economic Planning and the entire government relooks at the value chain they have talked about passionately, without funding, without innovation, and without invention. We're not going to get anywhere. It's therefore I call upon these two gentlemen to work very well. Honorable Speaker, it's an agreed fact that the government alone will not be able to undertake some of the major infrastructure projects we want in this country to spur economic growth. It's therefore important that we embrace the public-private partnership that the law has been regularly amended to align it with modern thinking. Honorable Speaker, I would even ask, probably they could even put in a performance contracting. Tell whoever is in that department, if you don't properly and successfully deliver PPP within 1 year, then you have no business sitting there. For example, if you are employed as a transaction advisor and you cannot advise for a transaction to succeed, then you have no business at that particular point. I just want to ask Cyril, that's where the problem lies. Yes, PPP is good, but I want to urge him to avoid the temptation to allow for private solicitation to guide decisions on whom to award a PPP contract. Honorable Speaker, the improvement of JKIA is a welcome idea, but the Adan deal was a deal that was taken from the word go to the end. We must follow the law in procuring the process. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me as I conclude to sincerely thank the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, because when chance was to broaden the government, broaden, deepen, and tighten the government, he reached out to all parts of ODM stronghold and said, give us names of experts. Honorable Speaker, I can tell you, Busia produces the best. It has never failed to produce the best. Busia produces the best. If you want to have the best minds in this country to help you run any government, any institution, it is from Busia. Honorable Speaker, for example, Honorable Speaker, if you come to Funila constituency, and this has trended all over this country, and you throw a stone, most likely the stone will land on the head of either master's holders or a PhD holders. And that is Busia for you. And that's why I have 100% confidence that Dr. Makoha will deliver. If he's given the space, the latitude, and the wherewithal, and the resources to deliver. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Kenya needs to take off. We have stagnated, we have stalled. We hope this new injection, the blood we are injecting, is not going to be poisoned so that they become ruthless, leaderless, and clueless to deliver. As I conclude, for the people of Busia, we have our share, but we still demand more. And I beseech, I fall before the minority leader, when anything else comes up, please don't forget the people of Busia, because are the biggest ardent supporters of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. And if wherever he works with, and we can talk to us, give us what we want, we will deliver much more to this cause. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support and I wish them the best. Let them deliver to the people of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let us remain in Busia for a while. Honorable Manyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, Busia produces the best, and we will prove that. I am so proud of the nominees who have been tabled. Who could have known that anybody from a village called Sierra, in a location called Lupida, in a ward called Buhayo North, which Nambale sub-county, that's Pat Matayos, anybody from such village would be holding a master's in physics, bachelor's degree in science, and pursuing doctorate. And also, theology, this combination has really mesmerized me. I couldn't sit. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to air my pride as a daughter of the soil in Busia. We know that Dr. Makoha will do this country justice, because most of the time people say they have nominated politicians, they have elected politicians, they have appointed politicians. But looking at his CV, this is a professional with good experience, adverse, like internationally and nationally. If you would want any branch to carry, a twig to cut from a tree, this is a person that we pride ourselves to have on the list. And also looking at the place that Dr. Makoha comes from, it has a very strong community bond at the boundary of Teso South and the Bahayos. If you know this country's history, we have had the longest serving attorney general from that same tribe, a Bahayo, and also the former finance minister, Chris Okemo. This particular nominee comes from that tribe. And if you mention Busia, both Tesos and the Luyas in Busia live as one community. And having chosen or having come up with a nominee like Dr. Boniface, it's actually uniting Kenyans more, because you find that at the boundary we have a lot of intermarriages, so he'll not be thinking of his tribe or any other person's tribe, but Kenyan tribe, to make sure that even that small village where Google Map at the moment would start now getting there because of this nominee, it is development coming. So I support fully, and I encourage Kenyans to continue having people like also put on the limelight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, remember, we still have 2 more special motions on PSS, special motion number 13 and 14. So we still have 3 more PSS to approve. Honorable members, I will put the question that the mover be called to reply. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've really enjoyed the contribution of various members that have supported this particular appointment, Honorable Speaker, and I want to urge that these 2 very dedicated Kenyans, that when they're given a chance to live to the oath, to live to the expectation of these members, Honorable Speaker, they play a very critical 2 dockets, that of public investments and that of State Department of Economic Planning, Honorable Speaker. And with those few remarks, I beg to reply.
Thank you. For obvious reasons, we will defer putting of the question. Next order.
Order number 13, special motion. Consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination.
Honorable Raso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination. I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Article 155, Subarticle 3, Subarticle B of the Constitution, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Honorable Ahmed Abdisalan Ibrahim as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, pursuant to Article 155.3 of the Constitution and Section 8
of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, His Excellency the President submitted the name of Honorable Ahmed Abdisalan Ibrahim as the nominee for appointment to the position of Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination in the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. On Wednesday, 26 March 2025, the Honorable Speaker conveyed to the House the message from His Excellency the President, as subsequently referred the nominee's name, curriculum vitae, and the report from Public Service Commission to the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security for approval hearing. Madam Speaker, in compliance with Article 118, Sub-Article B of the Constitution and Section 64 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement in the print media on Thursday, 27 March 2025, informing the public of the nomination as well as the date, time, and place of the approval hearing. The public was invited to submit written memoranda and oath, that is affidavit, regarding the nominee's suitability. Honorable Speaker, following this notification, a letter was sent to the nominee inviting him to attend the approval hearing, requesting him to submit a file questionnaire set out in the schedule of Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. Honorable Speaker, the nominee obtained due signed certificates from the ODPP, Ethics and Anti-Corruption, Kenya Revenue Authority, Higher Education Loans Board, Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and the Office of Registrar of Political Parties. During the approval hearing on 4th April 2025, in accordance with the provision of the Constitution, the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, and the National Assembly Standing Orders, the committee observed as follows. No memoranda were received from the public regarding the nominee, other than those supporting his nomination. The nominee complied with Article 78(1) and 2 of the Constitution, as is a Kenyan citizen and does not hold dual citizenship. The nominee possesses a Bachelor of Science degree in Information Science and a diploma in Library Sciences and Information Studies. The nominee meets the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution concerning leadership and integrity. The nominee demonstrated a strong capacity for managing complex administrative duties, supported by extensive experience in coordination at various levels. His leadership training and experience as a member of parliament on various committees position him well to effectively lead teams and address intricate challenges as principal secretary. The nominee demonstrated sound understanding of administrative and technical issues related to governance, possesses the necessary qualification, abilities, and experience for the position. Honorable Speaker, for information of the House, the nominee was an immediate former member of parliament representing Wajir North. He has worked extensively in cross-cutting areas, including being a regional manager of the Kenyan Red Cross. Interesting to note, is the first member of the Ajuran community to be a principal secretary, and also a first from Wajir North, an expansive pastoralist region. Madam Speaker, as a committee, having sat through that hearing and also convinced, we come about that this new department of coordination brings to light that there are good people who can do good jobs, who are available out there, and they have never been identified. And Abdisalam becomes one of them. With those many remarks, I ask the House to approve our nomination to approve this nomination. And I want to ask the Honorable Weitan, a member of Administration and Security Committee, to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Waiter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can confirm here that the nominee, the Honorable Ahmed Absalan, demonstrated high level of professionalism, integrity, and skills to do the job he has been assigned as national government coordination. Ahmed demonstrated the skills required for the position. Ahmed being a member of parliament, the immediate member of parliament for Wajir North, and served as a senior person in the Red Cross. He has really shown and demonstrated that he can coordinate the government departments across the ministries. One thing that I can confirm is that after the appointment of Ahmed, there was celebration across Wajir North, across the Ajuran community, and across the larger Northeastern province, the former larger Northeastern province and the counties of Northeastern. The reason being, Ahmed Absalan was the first Ajuran that was appointed as a principal secretary. And there was a lot of celebration all over. I really thank the President of the Republic of Kenya for equalizing Kenya. The President and the Right Honorable Prime Minister are really looking at clan balancing, and tribal balancing, regional balancing across this country. That is one thing that brings Kenya together and unifying this country. That is what is required right now in Kenya. The only communities remaining right now is communities like Murule and the Kona tribes in Mandera that were not considered for senior positions. The Murule community being an entrepreneurial community, and people who do business across the country have never tested a cabinet secretary position, a principal secretary position, chief executive officer position, a director of general anywhere, managing director, or any senior position, or an ambassadorial position. I only request the appointing authorities now to consider the Murule community in Mandera and the Kona tribes that also live. Kona tribes are, a combination of several small clans that came together, and they are called the Kona tribes, and they are in Mandera. The Murule community, representing 2 large constituencies in Mandera, have never tested these positions. I think after the Ajurans now have celebrated and got the first principal secretary, the next ones in line is the Murule community and the Kona tribes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to second.
Honorable members, I therefore propose a question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Honorable Ahmed Abdisalan Ibrahim as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination. Before I put the question, I think it would only be fair to give his member of parliament, member for Wajir North.
Madam Speaker, this afternoon, there is no better afternoon to be in this parliament than today. And there is no better parliament to be than the 12th parliament, the 13th parliament. Why am I saying that? Madam Speaker, the words of the mover of this motion, Honorable Raso, still echo that this is the first person from the Ajuran community to be appointed as a principal secretary, the first from Wajir North. That is history in the making, Madam Speaker, and that's why I say I'm privileged to be in this parliament this afternoon. Madam Speaker, there's nothing much to say about his person, Honorable Ahmed Absalan. I am his member of parliament, and he has been my member of parliament in the 12th parliament. So we went into the field in the 2022 election. I took over, and I'm privileged to oversee his appointment as a principal secretary. His qualification speaks loud. He has all it takes in terms of aptitude, the attitude. He has the gravitas to be the principal secretary in the department he's been appointed for. That aside, Madam Speaker, we have had values and principles in the Constitution since the promulgation in 2010. Never have we realized those principles and values fully, and I believe we are moving slowly, yet closer to the progressive realization of those values. Of significance to me this afternoon is the fact that our values speak of national unity. National unity in the face of our diversity, the multitude of communities and tribes of Kenya. That we must be united in as much as we have that diversity and differences. Madam Speaker, that means power in as much as it is vertical in some way, that we have one executive, the president. The rest of the power should at least permeate across these communities. And together we shall hold as one nation, and power shall be distributed and shared across all tribes. Values of inclusion, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the vulnerable communities. This afternoon, I heard Honorable Junet speak of the first person from Suna. I also speak on behalf of the first adjutant, the first principal secretary appointed to serve in the government. We are moving closer to the realization of these good values that have been slow, but there is a slow progression indeed to make sure that there is life into them. Madam Speaker, these values indeed mean that they are anchored on regard for human rights, fairness, and the protection of the less privileged, being a Nigerian, being the only member of parliament. When we talk of Somalis, people think that this is one community. Really, there is so much diversity in the Somali community. I represent the Ajuran community. And today, being the only member for this community, I'm elated that one from that community, in realization of our values, has come to being a principal secretary. I congratulate the executive, most of the president, and indeed the prime minister for having been part of that appointment in some way. And this house having considered his skill and approved them in equal measure. I support, Madam Speaker.
Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to support this motion and say that Honorable Abdul Salan was with us here in the last parliament, a solid member of parliament, a guy who did his work diligently and also was good at working with his colleagues. The appointment of Honorable Abdul Salan into the executive is something which we celebrate as members of the ODM party. As you're aware, he was also formerly the organizing secretary of the ODM party. This appointment, Honorable Speaker, is a testimony that broad-based government is working. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, there are some members of ODM who do not understand the relevance and the significance of broad-based movement. And I want to take this chance to tell those members, especially some of them from my county, that this broad-based government is the best thing that has happened to Kenya. And President William Ruto is a man who means well for this country. Honorable Speaker, I take credit as being one of the first MPs to prod the president to consider embracing broad-based approach in running of the affairs of the country. Honorable Speaker, the president has done well, and we want to assure him that these appointments are not in vain. And members of the ODM party in this country are taking note of these appointments, and
Department for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th April, 2025. And pursuant to the provision of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the following appointment, approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. CPA Karen Ochieng Ageko, State Department for Children Welfare Societies, and 2, Mr. Fikirini Jacob Katoi Kahindi, the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 155 3B of the Constitution, Section 5 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, and Standing Order 45-1, His Excellency the President notified the National Assembly of the nomination of the 14 principal secretary to various state departments of the date 20th March 2025. The Honorable Speaker, through a communication made on Wednesday 26 March 2025, conveyed to the House the message from His Excellency the President, and subsequently referred the names of the nominee, their curriculum vitae, and the report of the Public Service Commission on their recruitment to various departmental committee for approval hearing. We're referring the matter to the committee. The Speaker directed that the committees undertake the vetting exercise within the 21 days pursuant to Section 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. In compliance with Article 118B of the Constitution and Section 6.4 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval, Cap 7F, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advert on the print media on the 27 March 2025, informing the public of the nominee date, time, and place of the approval hearing. The memorandum were to be received on before 3rd April 2025 at 5 p.m. East African time. At the closure of the submission deadline, the committee had not received any memorandum for or against the nominees. The Clerk of the National Assembly also wrote to the Kenya Revenue Authorities, Ethics and Corruption Commission, Directorate of Criminal Investigation, Higher Education Loans Board, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, the Commission for University Education, and the relevant universities seeking reference and background check relating to the suitability of the nominees. The committee, having undertaken extensive and thorough vetting of the nominee, recommended that the National Assembly approves the nomination of CPA Karen Ochieng Agego for the appointment as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Children Welfare Services, and Mr. Fikirini Jacobs Katoi Kahindi for appointment as Principal Secretary for State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. With regards to CPA Karen Ochieng Agengo, the nominee stated she holds diploma in organization leadership from Harvard University and a master's degree from Moore University and a Bachelor of Education, Mathematics and Accounting from the Nairobi University. The nominee further stated that she has worked in the public sector and within Kenyan Revenue Authority, KRA, and the committee confirmed that the nominee had been cleared by the KRA Authority, Ethics and Corruption Commission, Director of Criminal Investigation, Higher Education Loans Board, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, having obtained clearance certificate to the effect. The nominee stated that she has long-standing passion on matters concerning children and noted that children need protection, love, and care. If approved, she undertook to ensure that the rights of Kenyan children as provided by the Constitution were protected and adhered to. She further undertook to utilize her network to entrench the welfare and rights of children, and states that she would collaborate with other employees and resources persons in the State Department to ensure that the matter of children are addressed effectively. The nominee states that she had prior engagement with the Children Welfare Society of Kenya and had assessed areas where she could bring support to the society, which was supporting 1,000 children countrywide. CPA Karen added that if approved, she would ensure that access to education as a right under the Children Act is implemented. She noted that in marginalized community, many children engaged in child labor and early marriages. She proposed to undertake extensive and intensive awareness campaign in these communities to ensure children get access to education. In addition, she would create awareness on the channels available to expose such vices and retrogressive practices, including utility of the 611 hotline number used to report cases of FGM, and utilize the resource center in constituencies to support the victims and give them a chance to continue with their education. Honorable Speaker, with regards to Mr. Fikirini Jacobs Katoi Kahindi, the nominee stated that he was born in Kilifi County on, thank you. Let me start that again. With regard to Mr. Fikirini Jacobs Katoi Kahindi, the nominee stated that he was born in Kilifi County on 27 June 1994 and holds a bachelor degree in arts in philosophy from Pwani University. The committee obtained verification of this documentation from Pwani University and additionally confirmed that the nominee had been cleared by KRA as well as the Anti-Corruption Commission, Directorate of Criminal Investigation, Higher Education Loans Board, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, having obtained clearance certificate to this effect. In addition, the nominee is currently pursuing Masters of Philosophy at Pwani University and was at the research proposal writing stage of the coursework. The nominee has previously served as Director of the Governance Delivery Unit, County Government of Kilifi, and a coordinator, Gaze Sub-County Office of the Senate, Kilifi County, and under the Parliamentary Service Commission, among other areas of responsibility. If approved, the nominee indicated that he would seek to create a safe space for the young people to ventilate their views and ensure that participation of the youth in addressing their concern. On drugs and substance abuse, the nominee acknowledged that drugs abuse.
There is a point of order, Honorable Alice. Honorable Kaluma. Next one, sorry. Give Honorable Kaluma the right mic. Use the next one. Now it has disappeared.
Honorable Speaker, and I think as all members, we have looked at the very detailed report of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection, which has spoken to what they did during the vetting of these nominees. Honorable Speaker, would I be in order to propose for your directions, Honorable Speaker, that looking at the time and the other businesses we have to transact, and considering that we have the report already, and to allow members to debate upon moving, that the mover takes us straight away to the recommendations of the committee in respect of these nominees, because these details they have ably highlighted are in the report.
Thank you, Honorable Kaluma. I think, Honorable Alice, you're doing very well. If you could just hasten on Fikirini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me finish these very important points, Honorable Karuma. Thank you. On drugs and substance abuse, the nominee acknowledged that the drugs abuse among the youth was a menace that was contributed to unproductivity among the youth. He proposed that if approved, he would implement a two-way approach combining preventive and rehabilitative measures. On rehabilitation, he would collaborate with NACADA and non-governmental organizations to make rehabilitation program accessible, as well as keep youth engaged in productive activities through the Youth Empowerment Center, which he aims to establish in every constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Social Protection Committee forward these two nominees for approval by this House with the primary objective of ensuring that the rights and welfare of the children and youth in this country are accorded the sufficient attention and priority that they deserve, with posterity in mind. Without a doubt, a nation's future greatness is determined by its present investment, and in regard for its children and young people. I thus conclude by urging this House to approve CPA Karen Achieng Agego for appointment as Principal Secretary for State Department for Children's Welfare Society, and Mr. Fikirini Jacobs Katoi Kahindi for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. And I additionally wish to request Honorable Zamzam to second this motion. Thank you.
Just for the record, Honorable Alice, it is Children Welfare Services, not society.
Our services. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi kwa haraka niweze kumuunga mkono chair wangu Mheshimiwa Alice Ng'ang'a, kwa kuwa siku ya Ijumaa tuliweza kuangalia hawa walioteuliwa wawili, Karen Achieng Ang'eng'o ambaye alikuwa anaingia katika idara ya watoto na ustawi wa watoto. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukamjadili pia Fikirini Jacobs ambaye pia alikuwa anahusika na masuala ya vijana na ustawi wa uchumi ubunifu katika sekta ya vijana, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama katibu mkuu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hawa wote wawili, Karen aliweza kuonyesha ueledi wa kuweza kuangalia masuala ya watoto. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunavyofahamu katika taifa hili masuala ya watoto mengi yalikuwa yameachwa kando, hayajazingatiwa vizuri. Kwa hivyo tuliweza kumpiga msasa kufuatana na maswali ambayo tulikuwa nayo. Mheshimiwa Spika akaweza kujibu kwa ueledi, na nina imani wale maafisa ambao watakuwa wanafanya kazi chini yake wataweza pia kumuongezea katika elimu ambayo yuko nayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, wamuongezee ili apate juhudi zaidi ya kuweza kusaidia watoto. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mtu ambaye amesoma, ni msomi, ni mwanamke jasiri. Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nampongeza kwa kuweza kuteuliwa katika idara hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikienda kwa kijana Fikirini Jacobs, tunajua vijana katika taifa hili wamekuwa na matatizo mengi sana, mpaka wengi tukawaona wakitoka barabarani. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuliweza kumuuliza Fikirini Jacobs, akatuelezea kuwa atahakikisha anaangalia masuala ya vijana, kuhakikisha kuwa nafasi za kazi, atafanya ubunifu wa nafasi za kazi, na kuna pia sekta ambayo inasaidia vijana, lakini vijana hawana uelezi kuelewa kuwa ni wapi watapata huduma. Ataweza kuhakikisha kuwa huduma katika sekta yake ya vijana atakuwa anawaelekeza vijana wote waweze kupata huduma. Mheshimiwa Spika, Fikirini pia amekuwa ni kijana jasiri. Mimi kama mama yake kutoka Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mtoto ambaye nimemuona ametuinua kichwa juu. Hatukutegemea kuwa Fikirini atakuwa anajua masuala ya vijana kwa uweledi, lakini alivyokuwa anaelezea kwa ukakamavu alitushika nyoyo zetu, kwa sababu tulijua vijana katika taifa hili ndio wana mtihani mkubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, na wengi walitoka, wengi wakalaumika, lakini vijana wamesoma, wengine wamesoma yani katika idara tofauti tofauti. Mheshimiwa Spika, wamebobea katika masala tofauti. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama blue economy ama uchumi samawati na mambo mengi sana, lakini hawajapata mwanya wa kuweza kupata ajira, hawajapata mtu wa kuweza kuwaelekeza. Mheshimiwa Spika, huyu kijana amefanya mabadiliko makubwa sana ndani ya Kilifi. Wale bodaboda ambao siku zote walikuwa wanachukuliwa kama watu wabaya, amewachukua wale vijana akawawekea sako, akawaletea wale investors, wakaja nao wakawapa mbinu ya kuweza kuwekeza. Sasa katika Kenya nzima ile sako ya Kilifi ndio sako ambayo imebobea katika bodaboda kwa sababu ya akili ya kijana mdogo ambaye anaitwa Fikirini Jacobs. Kwa hiyo yale maneno alikuwa anazungumza na chair wangu aweza kukubali. Sisi tulikuwa na raha mpaka tulikuwa tutaka tumwambia maswali mengine wacha uende zako, lakini katika ile mwelekeo ambao tulikuwa nao ilikuwa lazima tumalize masala yote. Kwa hiyo mimi nampongeza sana Fikirini Jacobs na kuombea Mungu akuelekeze katika kazi hii, uinue vijana wa Kenya. Na siye peke yake Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona hata yule Makoha amesoma, amebobea, yule ambaye amepewa ile wizara ya finance, na amesema katika lile deni la Kenya atahakikisha kuwa anaweka zile sheria ambazo zitahakikisha deni linalipwa kwa wepesi Kwa hiyo mimi nataka tu kuchukua fursa hii nikimalizia, nimshukuru rais wa taifa hili Dr. William Samoei Ruto kwa kuweza kutoa mwanya wa broad based government ili waweze kuleta akili ambazo zimebobea kuweza kuisongeza hizi taifa mbele. Mheshimiwa Spika, nampongeza sana kwa kuweza kutuchukulia kijana wetu wa Kigiriama, tulikuwa tumeachwa nyuma, lakini mara hii Mama Zamzam, nina uso wa tabasamu nikisema fikirini atainua Kenya nzima, fikirini atainua Wagiriama, fikirini atainua pwani nzima. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nawatakia kila la kheri.
Mheshimiwa Zamzam, haujamalizia.
Mheshimiwa, nimekuwa na furaha sana nikashindwa kumalizia. Nikimalizia nasema naunga mkono uteuzi wake kutokana na kamati yangu ambayo niko kama memba ndani. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, wote wawili.
I therefore propose the question. Honorable members, you'll take the time to look at the standing orders to get the proper Swahili for seconding. It is not kuunga mkono. Ni kuafiki. Yes, kuafiki. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries, State Department for Children Welfare Services and State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, CPA Karen Achieng Agengo, State Department for Children Welfare Services, and number 2, Mr. Fikirini Jacobs Katoi Kahindi, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. The first chance will go to Honorable Mayaka.
Shukran sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii ili niweze kuchangia mswada huu wa kimaalumu wa kuwaunga mkono wateule wa Permanent Secretary ambao ni Mheshimiwa CPA Karen na Mheshimiwa Fikirini. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeangalia kwa kikamilifu ripoti ambayo tumepatiwa kutoka kwa kamati hili, na Mheshimiwa Spika, nafurahi sana kwa sababu hata wanapokuwa wakiojiwa niliweza kutazama kwenye runinga vijana hao wawili ambao waliweza kujieleza vizuri kabisa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza kabisa Mheshimiwa CPA Karen amehitimu kimasomo na pia alijieleza vizuri sana ile passion ambayo yako nayo katika kueneza mambo ambayo inawahusu watoto na huduma yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukikuja kwa Mheshimiwa Fikirini ambaye huyu ni kijana ambaye namjua vizuri sana. Mheshimiwa Fikirini ni kijana tumekuwa pamoja katika chama cha ODM kama vijana. Mheshimiwa Fikirini kama wengine wetu tumekuzwa na baba Raila Amolo Odinga, na Mheshimiwa Fikirini amehitimu kimasomo, ni kijana mchapakazi, ni kijana ambaye ako na sauti ya vijana, ni kijana ambaye ameonyesha katika ile kazi ambayo amekuwa akifanya amesaidia vijana sana. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunataka kushukuru kamati hii kwa kuweza kutupatia ripoti ambayo inaonyesha kweli kabisa vijana hawa wawili wamehitimu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka tu kuambia vijana wa nchi hii ya kwamba hii ni kielelezo wazi ya kwamba kijana yoyote anaweza pata kazi kubwa kama hii. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Fikirini ambaye ametoka huko Kilifi, hakuna mtu ambaye angejua ya kwamba aliweza kuhitimu hivi. Lakini alijieleza vizuri, alijieleza kinagaubaga. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka tu kuwahimiza wenzangu na Wakenya wote ya kwamba tumeona ya kwamba kweli kabisa hii broad based government ina support sana maneno ya kuleta watu ambao wamehitimu kwa kufanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kumshukuru sana baba Raila Amolo Odinga kwa kutupa wateule ambao wamehitimu kama Mheshimiwa Fikirini, Mheshimiwa CPA Karen, Mheshimiwa Makoha, Mheshimiwa Cyril na Mheshimiwa Ahmed. Hao wote wameonyesha ya kwamba wamehitimu na watachapa kazi. Na pia Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuchukua fursa hii nimshukuru rais wa nchi hii kwa sababu sasa ameonelea ya kwamba ni vizuri tuwe na watu ambao wametoka katika eneo mbalimbali ya nchi hii ambao wanaweza tumikia serikali katika hali hii ya juu. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hayo mafupi nataka kueneza nyumba hii tuweze kupitisha hawa vijana, na pia nataka kuwahimiza wenzangu ya kwamba tukiwa huko nje lazima tuzidi tukiambia watu ya kwamba wacha tupatie serikali opportunity ya kufanya kazi katika nchi hii. Wacha tuwache hao watu ambao wamehitimu waweze kutumikia katika nchi hii, ili tuweze kuonyesha ya kwamba kana kwamba ya kweli broad based government inaweza fanya kazi mzuri. Kwa hayo machache, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuunga mjadala huu wa kimaalumu. Shukran sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mayaka. Nafikiri uongozi wa kamati ambayo inaleta utangamano wa Afrika Mashariki umekutia motisha kutumia Kiswahili kwenye bunge hili. Aya, nitampa nafasi hii mbunge wa Kilifi, Mheshimiwa Gertrude Mbayu. Give her the mic.
Asante Madam Speaker. Wacha nichukue fursa hii nikushukuru kunipa nafasi. Nishukuru kamati ambayo imeweza kuongoza kukaguliwa kwa hawa wawili chini ya uongozi wa mwenyekiti Mheshimiwa Alice Ng'ang'a. Nimshukuru zaidi kwa sababu ya kuweza kunakili kwa utaratibu uzoefu na kuweza kujieleza vizuri hawa wateule wawili, na hasa nizungumzie mimi kutoka Kilifi kuhusu kijana Fikrini Jacobs Katoi Kahindi ambaye ni kijana wa kutoka kule Ganze. Mheshimiwa Spika, Ganze ni ile reserve ya Kilifi kabisa. Ukitajiwa Ganze ndani ya Kenya hii unafikiri ni pahali hakuna maji, hakuna chakula. Wakipata chakula, Mheshimiwa Spika, huwa tunaita nchamsolo kule. Ile relief food ndio inapelekwa kule. Lakini hapa ndo tumepata kijana Fikrini Jacobs. Amesoma kwa kujibidisha, kwa michango. Ni kijana ambaye ameweza kuongoza vijana, mwenye sauti kubwa ndani ya Kilifi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kijana huyu kwa uweledi wa kupenda masomo ameweza kutoka katika chuo chetu cha Pwani University, ambao ni mwelekeo mzuri. Vijana wengi hutaka waje Nairobi waweze kupata degree zao, lakini huyu alianza huko bara na mwisho amepata degree yake pale Pwani University, ambao nataka kupongeza wahadhiri wote wa Pwani University kuweza kushikilia huyu kijana mkakamavu.
Honorable member from Bayu, due to some, please take your seat for a minute. Your time is still there. I'll hold it. I'll hold your time. But we'll interrupt you because of our standing orders and give Honorable Wako for 1 minute to move a procedural motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move the procedural motion on extension of sitting time until conclusion of business appearing on the order paper, and that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business appearing as order number 15 on today's order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said business. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I move.
Who is the seconder?
And I request Honorable Mutuse to second.
Mutuse.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by the Honorable Naomi Wako. As you notice in the order paper, there are very important issues that this Parliament needs to look at this evening, and therefore it is justified to extend time, and therefore I second the motion.
Honorable members, being a procedural motion, allow me to put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business appearing as order number 15 on today's order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said business. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Mbeyu. Continue. Give her the mic.
Asante, Madam Speaker. Nilikuwa nikiendelea kuhusu kijana Fikirini Jacobs Katoi Kahindi kutoka Kilifi, kutoka kule Ganze. Niweze kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais William Samoei Ruto kwa kuweza kupeana jina hili kwa uteuzi katika wizara hii ya masuala ya vijana na masuala ya uchumi wa ubunifu katika nchi yetu. Kijana huyu katika nguvu zake, katika umri wake wa miaka 30, ni kielelezo kizuri sana kwa vijana, kwa ule mfumo wamekuwa nao, kusukuma kutaka kazi. Nataka kumshukuru Rais, ameweza kutupa kijana kutoka Kilifi ambaye atapeana mwelekeo vijana wa Kilifi. Umeona maswali ya kuhusiana na mihadarati, si Kenya nzima na hata pale Kilifi. Ni kijana mwenye mvuto mzuri kwa vijana, ambaye najua akiita vijana mkutano wazungumzie maswala na hasa ya mihadarati Pwani na Kenya nzima, ni vijana wataweza kufuatilizia. Kijana huyu amekuwa mzuri sana katika ofisi ya gavana wetu wa Kilifi, Mheshimiwa Gideon Maitha Mng'aro. Nikao katika kitengo pale cha huduma, kupeana huduma, utoaji wa huduma kwa kazi zake Mheshimiwa gavana. Na ni kijana mwenye maarifa, angeweza kutoa taarifa katika mikutano bila kuangalia karatasi, na aweze kuangazia kazi zote za Mheshimiwa gavana Mng'aro katika mikutano yake yote. Kwa hivyo nataka kumshukuru Rais, kamati hii kubwa sana ikiongozwa na dadangu Alice Ng'ang'a kwa kuweza kumpitisha huyu kijana. Tunajua atakuwa wa muhimu sana masuala ya vijana na uchumi ubunifu ndani ya Kenya nzima, na sisi wa Kilifi tunataka tushukuru. Na mimi hasa, ukijua Mheshimiwa Spika, nimekuwa mpinzani sana masuala ya serikali, lakini kwa hili niseme asante Mheshimiwa Rais na Kilifi nzima, na kwa niaba ya viongozi wa Kilifi ndani ya bunge hili, wabunge wote, tupeane shukrani zetu kwa Mheshimiwa Rais. Amchukue kijana huyu, atakuwa akifanya kazi ya Kenya nzima, na nimshukuru babangu Raila Amolo Odinga kwa kuweza kuitikia kijana huyu aweze kuteuliwa, na najua ni kijana wake wa sauti kubwa sana, angesimama kwa mikutano akitetea, lakini amruhusu saizi akafanye kazi ya serikali, na sisi kama viongozi wa Kilifi tumeweza kulikubali hiyo. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker, asante sana.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think I don't see a lot of interest on this one. Can I call the mover? Honorable members, you have the final say. May I then put the question that the mover be called to reply? As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for giving us these very important people to serve in this government, CPA Karen, as well as Mr. Fikirini Jacobs. I also want to thank this House. If approved, we have two very dedicated principal secretaries who serve very well in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, if these two PSs pass tomorrow, I can assure this House that they are very dedicated. CPA Karen is very dedicated to serving the ministry on behalf of the children of this nation, as well as Mr. Fikirini on behalf of the youth of this nation. And I know they are going to do a very good job. We wish them all the best in their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We shall defer the putting of the question. Before we go to the next order, allow me to indulge Honorable KJ. You have a paper to lay and immediately move the notice of motion on the same. Give KJ the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 15th April 2025. This paper is a report of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation on the approval hearing of Mr. Stephen Motari Isaboke for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunication. Honorable Speaker, I further seek to put a notice of motion, and this is a notice of motion on the appointment of Principal Secretary, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunication. Taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 15th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, CAP 7F, that this House approves the appointment of Mr. Stephen Motari Isaboke as Principal Secretary in the State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunication, and subject to the following condition: that in order to avert any potential conflict of interest with respect to the claims made relating to part ownership of GoTV Kenya Limited, the appointing authority reassigns the nominee a different state department upon taking oath of office. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 15, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole House. Consideration of the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025.
Provisions relating to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 59A.
I propose the question that the provision relating to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 59A, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 2.
I propose the question that Section 2 be amended as proposed in the bill. Mover, Lisa? Yes, it has an amendment. Mover?
Is that close too?
Yes.
Okay.
Section 2.
Section 2 is which one? I have clause 2. Let's get it right. Clause 1?
No, section 2, because Honorable Shakil, I hear you. Honorable members, because what I have, I know we have to follow the procedure. Section 1 will be at the end, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, we start with section 2.
Yes.
And the mover is to move.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I beg to move that Section 2 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Chapter 59A, be amended as shown on the order paper. And the proposed amendments are: 1, deleting paragraph A in the proposed section of the definition of the term dealer in precious stones or metals, and substituting therefore the following new subparagraph: A, mining operations, and B, deleting the proposed section insertion of the definition of the term public benefit organizations regulatory authority. The justification is that the term mining operations, as used in the Mining Act, covers extraction or production of precious metals and stones. Number 2, the amendments to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act seeks to remove the non-governmental organizations, now referred to as public benefit organizations, from the ambit of regulations and supervision for anti-money laundering and the combating of terrorism. Therefore, there is no need to define the term. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Therefore, I propose the question that section 2 be amended as proposed by the chair of JLAC. If you intend to speak on this, kindly use the intervention. If not, get the card out of intervention. Bayu, are you on this? She's not even hearing me. Honorable Shakir.
Thank you very much. You know, section 2 that has been proposed has done a very good thing, because it's extended the regulatory scope of this particular very important act. As you understand, mining operations have been the bane of illicit financial flows, and also have affected greatly the economy of this country and put us back on the gray list of the financial market. So I recommend and approve that section, as proposed, section 2(1) be approved. Furthermore, Madam, the issue of public benefit organizations regulatory authority, I support that deletion from there. And Madam Chair, it is the view of the APNAC, the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption, that this particular amendment is going to strengthen the anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism financing laws and take us off that gray list that we are presently in. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shakil. I know you have also spoken to some other that we'll get to. We are not there yet. But I will therefore put the question that section 2 be amended as proposed by the mover. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 59A, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 11, Section 12(6), Section 24B1, Section 36CF, Section 36D, Section 36(2)(c), Section 36(d), Section 48, Section 53, and Section 53(2).
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Okay, I therefore put the question, will as many as are of that opinion say aye? As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Additional sections, Section 53(2)(a), Section 53(3), Section 53(4), Section 53(5), Section 53(a)(3), Section 53(a)(4), Section 53(a), Section 54(a)(5), Section 54(c)(3)(a), Section 54(f)(1), and Section 54(f)(2).
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 55(a).
I propose the question that Section 55(a) be amended as proposed in the bill. There is a proposed amendment. Mover.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I beg to move that Section 55(a) of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 59(a), be amended as shown on the order paper, which is that we delete the proposed amendment and substitute therefore with the following new provision. Begins with delete the head note and substitute it with the following new head note: Assets Recovery Agency Advisory Board. Then in number 3, we delete the proposed amendments to Section 55(a)(1) of the Proceeds of Crime and the Anti-Money Laundering Act, and substituting therefore the following new amendment. The provision is Section 55(a)(1). We delete the opening statement of subsection 1 and substitute therefore the following new opening statement. There is established an advisory board to be known as the Assets Recovery Agency Advisory Board, which shall consist of, and the justification to this is that we have to correct the error in the name of the advisory board, which used to be called the Assets Recovery Advisory Board instead of Assets Recovery Agency Advisory Board.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that Section 55(a) be amended as proposed by the mover. Shakil.
Madam Chair, I support that. In fact, that one was causing a very big problem when we were trying to deal with the Financial Action Task Force. And initially, this was called the STAR Initiative, Stolen Asset Recovery. And I remember working in it in Panama over 12 years ago. This has now strengthened that particular thing and sorted out our problem. I recommend.
Thank you. I therefore put the question that Section 55(a) be amended as proposed by the mover. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Section 55(a)(1).
I propose the question that Section 55(a)(1) be amended as proposed in the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that Section 55(a)(1) be amended as shown on the order paper, which again is to delete the opening statement of subsection 1 and substitute therefore with this new opening statement that there is established the advisory board to be known as the Assets Recovery Agency Advisory Board, which shall consist of, justification is as above, we have to properly name the advisory board to the Assets Recovery Agency.
I propose the question that Section 55(a)(1) be amended as proposed by the mover. I put the question that section 55A1 be amended as proposed by the mover. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Section 55A1K, Section 55G, Section 61(1), Section 61(5)(3), Section 64(1), Section 64(6), Section 64(7) and 8, Section 67(1) and 2, Section 68(1), Section 71(1), and Section 75(2).
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Additional section, Section 82(1), Section 83(1), Section 83(4), Section 85(1), Section 86(1), Section 86(1)A, Section 91 and 2, Section 93(4) and 5, Section 94(5) and Section 94(4) and 5, Section 95(1) and 2, Section 99(1), Section 103(1) and 2, Section 103(3), Section 105(1), Section 106(1), Section 107(1) and 2, Section 107(3)C, Section 107(5), Section 124(3), Section 130C, and Section 134 and first schedule.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out as amended be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New sections, new section 25(5).
Honorable Chair, you move second reading for the new section.
Yeah. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the new section 25(5) be now read a second time. Together with section 25(6), and the proposals are for section 25(5), we delete paragraph A and substitute therefore with a new paragraph A to read as follows. The appointment is for a single term of 6 years and is not eligible for reappointment. By doing so, it calls for deletion of section 25(6). Yes, section 25(6). The justification is that we have to align the term limit of the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center with the term limits of heads of counterpart agencies, such as the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, whose secretary and CEO as a 1 6-year non-renewable term. The amendment also seeks to clean up the paragraph. I call upon the Honorable Mutusa to second.
You don't need a second, Honorable Chair, on this one. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that section 25(5) be read a second time. I put the question that the new section 25(5) be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I know you have dealt with 25(6), but yeah, go to 25(6). Allow me to propose the question that the new section 25(5) be part of the bill. And I put the question that the new section 25(5) be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New section 25(6).
I know you have dealt with it, but just go on record.
Purposes, I do move that the new section 25(6) be now read a second time. And the proposal is that we actually delete that particular subsection, and it's purely to align with section 25.5 regarding the term of office of the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center. And the purpose is purely to make sure that this section is actually cleaned up.
I therefore propose the question that the new section 25.6 be read a second time. I put the question that the new section 25.6 be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new section 25.6 be part of the bill. I put the question that the new section 25.6 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We will now then go back to the global question, honorable members. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the proceeds. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 59A, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Prevention of Terrorism Act, Cap 59B.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Prevention of Terrorism Act, Cap 59B, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections, Section 2, Section 5A, Section 29, Section 30, Section 30H1, Section 36, 1 and 3, Section 40E2, Section 42A, and Section 50.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We will then put the global question on that because we are done. I put the question that the provisions relating to the Prevention of Terrorism Act, Cap 59B, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Betting, Lotteries, and Gaming Act, Cap 131.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Betting, Lotteries, and Gaming Act, Cap 131, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections, Section 2, new Section 29A, and new Section 29B.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Betting, Lotteries, and Gaming Act, Cap 131, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Retirement Benefits Act, Cap 197.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Retirement Benefits Act, Cap 197, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections, Section 2, new Section 7A, and new Section 7B.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out to be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Retirement Benefits Act, Cap 197, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Mining Act, Cap 306.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Mining Act, Cap 306, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections, Section 4.
I propose the question that Section 4 be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that Section 4 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New Section 16A.
Mover, there is a proposed amendment.
Thank you.
Hold on. I propose the question that section 16A be amended as proposed in the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I propose that section 16A2, I propose that section 16 be amended as shown on the order paper by introducing section 16A2G. And what we propose to do is to delete the word regulations appearing immediately after the word issue in the proposed new section. The rationale is that under the Mining Act, regulations are made by the Cabinet Secretary and not the Director of Mines as proposed in the proposed amendment.
I propose the question that section 16A be amended as proposed by the mover. I put the question that section 16A be amended as proposed by the mover. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New section 16B.
As no amendment, I propose the question that section 16B be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that section 16B be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We'll do the global question. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Mining Act, Cap 306 as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Circle Societies Act, Cap 493.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Circle Societies Act, Cap 490B, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections, section 2, new section 7A, and new section 7B.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Circle Societies Act, Cap 490B, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Accountants Act, Cap 531.
I propose the question that provision relating to the Accountants Act, Cap 531, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 2.1, new section 8A, and new section 8B.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I now put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Accountants Act, Cap 531, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Estate Agents Registration Act, Cap 533.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Estate Agents Registration Act, Cap 533, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections, section 2.1, new section 28, and new section 29.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New section 18.2.
I propose the question that section it's a new section. Sorry, it's a new question. I will call the mover to move second reading of the new section.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I beg to move that the provisions of section 18.2, the new provisions of section 18.2 of the Estate Agents Act, Cap 533, be now read a second time. And what we propose to do is to delete and substitute, therefore, the following subsection. A new subsection 2, a person who contravenes the provisions of this section shall be liable upon conviction to A, in case of a legal person, to a fine not exceeding 5 million shillings, and in case of a natural person, to a fine not exceeding 1 million shillings. The justification and rationale is we have to enhance the penalties applicable to unregistered persons who act as estate agents so as to curb the menace from this profession where quacks actually do pose as estate agents with a view to making money where they are not qualified to actually do such work.
Very well. I therefore propose a question that the new section 18(2) be read a second time. Shakil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This omnibus proposal overlooks the fact that the Estate Agents Act has been used many times for money laundering and even for combating of terrorism finance. It was used heavily in Mombasa during the time of the piracy, and you know the effects that had. So as much as I agree that this should be upgraded, I do not agree that the fines should be, as stated, of not less than 5 million shillings for a legal and not less than 1 million for a natural person. Sorry, not exceeding, I'm sorry. My proposal is that it should read not less than 5 million for the legal and not less than 1 million for a natural person. Madam and Bwana Chair, I again bring you to this fact that the estate agents and others were the ones that fueled the market for especially illicit funding and financial laundering, any laundering at the coast. They would take the money from piracy and come and buy property at even 10 times the value. So I think if we make the conviction strong enough, not less than, yeah, thank you. Yes.
Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I agree with Honorable Shakir, but in legislative business, or in legislation making, if we say not, we usually say not more than a certain amount in terms of fines and penalties. Because if you say not less than 1 million shillings, it means you could even be fined 1 trillion shillings. And you never know which judge or which magistrate one may appear before. And therefore, it is only right that we put the upper limit because it is to prohibit people. But there are also other penalties in the statute that if you're involved in money laundering, that you'll be subjected to. But it's just as a deterrent. And I think the chair was right in putting it not more than. If you say not less than, then it means that is the floor. And it can be misused. You can be fined 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion.
You've made your point. Allow me to put the question. Allow me to. Shakir, please make it 1 minute.
Thank you. As I said, we have been grey listed by the Financial Task Force and the international community. And if they see any lack of commitment to this by putting not exceeding 5 million, these are people who have been money laundering for hundreds and thousands, hundreds of billions of shillings. 5 million is just a drop in the ocean. And you know, we're trying, this bill that has been proposed by JLAC is trying to put us back out of the grey list. And we don't want little items like this to stop our grey listing. So I agree with the majority leader that we should not say not less than, but I do because we can then also put a top limit of not less than 5 million, but not more than 10 million. And I think these are the points that, Madam Chair, are very, very important, not here, but in the international community, where even APNAC represents Kenya. We listen to all these criticisms that we are not doing the right thing. And Uganda is doing it, Tanzania is doing it, and in the African scene, we seem to be the ones that have sort of been keeping, being very lenient on that.
You've made your point.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Really, in legislation as said by the leader of majority, we have to leave room for what is known as judicial discretion. And we cannot tie a judge to not less minimums. Usually we give that discretion up to a maximum so that from case to case, the exercise is made in accordance with the facts of each peculiar case.
Allow me to put the question, honorable member, so that we make progress. That the new section 18.2 be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new section 18.2 be part of the bill. I put the question that the new section 18.2 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I will therefore put the global question that the provisions relating to Estate Agent Registration Act Cap 533 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya Act Cap 534.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya Act Cap 534 be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections, Section 2, new Section 7A, and new Section 7B.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya Act Cap 534 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Public Benefits Organizations Act 2013, number 18 of 2013.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Public Benefits Organizations Act 2013, number 18 of 2013, be amended as proposed in the bill. Sections. Hold on. We have to read out the sections.
Section 2, Section 3, and new Section 43A.
I propose the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Majority Leader.
Honorable Chair, I wanted to say it's critical that we bring the public benefit organizations under the ambit of the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Laws Act. Because, Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Shakir was contributing on the need to also bring the estate agents under the ambit of this act. Also, the public benefit organizations Act, as we enacted, allowed very many NGOs and non-governmental bodies, non-profit making organizations to even attract funding from outside the country. And there are many, Honorable Speaker, that have been involved in money laundering, and people now register public benefit organizations or non-government organizations with the sole intent of laundering money, either for terrorism financing or even for just laundering to clean up money that is stolen from elsewhere. And Honorable Speaker, it is imperative, especially those of very unstable countries in the neighborhood of our country, where we have seen many people from those countries where there are unstable governments laundering money from their countries and coming, bringing it to the country, using what are billed as NGOs or non-profit making organizations or PBOs. And therefore, it's imperative that we support these amendments. We now bring into the ambit of the anti-money laundering and terrorism financing laws in Kenya, the PBOs. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Shakil.
Thank you, Thank you, Majority Leader. It shows that you're really on the ball here. As much as I dislike the policies of Trump. There are certain things that he has said make great sense, like USAID and others. The money is being misused to lead us the wrong direction. So this public benefits organization we're talking about also include the international public benefits, what do they call them, NGOs. So I do recommend very strongly that the recommendation and the comments that the majority leader has given be acknowledged and be included in the preamble of this particular discussion. Thank you, Madam.
Very well. I therefore put the question that the sections as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Public Benefits Organizations Act 2013, number 18 of 2013, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question. The question that clause 2 be part of the bill. No amendment. I put the question that clause 2 be part of the
Clause 3.
chairperson.